called Tehran toll booth system in place, where essentially ships are being asked to part with around $100 a barrel. In the region of around $2 million for a large tanker in cryptocurrency or settling yuan. And that's going via the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the payments are being made direct.
And that goes directly to the IRGC?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we know the money trail is being settled by intermediaries, but it's going directly into Iran.
What is it like for the sailors who are waiting on those ships, who are hoping to get through? There must be quite a lot of other supplies running out. What is it like for them?
Well, you've got around 600 large ocean-going cargo vessels effectively waiting. These are the ones that are around, over 10,000 deadweight tons in industry jargon. These are the big ones, and they're all trapped inside the Middle East Gulf. Around 325 are tankers. So we reckon that you've got around 20,000 crew essentially stuck as a result of this, and they have been since February 28th. There is supplies getting on board via land bridge supplies, but it's sporadic, it's dangerous. The ship owners and the crew are essentially waiting for some sort of green light to start moving. Now, I hear this morning that there is at least some optimism that some owners are preparing to get moving off the back of what they view as largely optimistic moves. But the reality is, as of this morning, there is very little non-Iranian cargoes moving through the Strait, and that has not changed.
Are there ships in the Strait of Hormuz or attempting to move through the Strait of Hormuz that can't, that belong to companies that are going out of business, that are on the precipice because of the lack of movement, the lack of trade flowing?
No, I don't think so. The unfortunate reality of this is disruption is actually pretty good for business in terms of shipping. This comes off the back of a long period of disruption from COVID onwards, and freight rates have essentially remained relatively high in historical terms for shipping. So in terms of the earnings for the shipping companies, it's actually relatively good news in the short term. Long term, there is demand destruction, there is disruption. This is not good news for anybody, but I don't think we're necessarily going to see any bankruptcies on the shipping side. I think the danger is the longer this happens, the longer the long-term damage to the economy continues to increase, and the longer it's going to take to unwind this once we eventually do see ships moving under whatever system is put in place.
And there are 40 nations at the moment talking about this. Britain's involved. Is that making any difference? Is that moving things on at all in your estimation?
It's very difficult to tell. I mean, all I can tell you is what the data says, which is there are no ships moving currently, and the ones that are either paying or having to agree diplomatic agreements with Tehran directly. So I think the answer is broadly no. What may be happening and what we know to be happening in the background is there are diplomatic discussions happening. But that is not just about shipping, that is about everything else. So shipping is essentially waiting on the sidelines. The industry is in paralysis right now. And I think even if we do see the ceasefire essentially work its way through and get extended, because 2 weeks is in no way enough to clear the backlog of ships, by the way.
How long would it take, hypothetically, sorry to interrupt you, but hypothetically, if an agreement was signed or come to today, how long will it take for things to get back up and running as normal?
If you were looking at in terms of pre-conflict movements, around 10 to 14 days, but the reality is it's going to be much longer than that, because actually it's not going to get back to pre-level movements until various things have happened, from minesweeping to security to naval overwatch. So I would estimate that you are looking between 2 to 4 weeks minimum just to get things out. Then you have to get ballasted tankers in, refineries have to restart. These things do not happen quickly. So you are talking about months of unwinding, not weeks.
And now the principle of tolls has been implemented by Iran for some at least. Is that something you think will continue, and could it spread elsewhere? And what would the effect of that be if so?
Well, I think this is the long-term danger here. Allowing Iran to continue charging for Hormuz transits would make a very dangerous and unacceptable precedent. Right now, that's what they are doing. The reality is there is no legal precedent here that would allow them to do it. Now, we've seen the fact that Donald Trump has said, possibly we might consider a joint Iran-US toll in order to fund some sort of rebuilding. That's not off the table. There is no legal precedent here. This is not something that has ever been done before. The existing traffic separation scheme, which is the technical industry jargon for how ships move, was agreed back in 1968 between Iran and Oman. I don't know what happens next, but at the moment, we need, from the industry's perspective, some form of political agreement, security, and ships need to start moving. They just want to know what that system is going to be.
And what should the security look like, especially if there are perhaps mines? There was a tough Royal Navy previously. I'm not sure that exists anymore. I'd love to hear your perspective on that. Tell us about an escort mission that may or may not happen.
I think a lot of talk has been had in various security circles about the workability of naval escorts. It's not inconceivable that such things could be put in place, but the reality is if you were doing this on an escort basis with convoys of 5 to 10 vessels, because that is realistically what you could squeeze through to offer maximum security, that doesn't help. It doesn't get back to pre-conflict levels. Prior to the conflict, you were looking at around 120 to 150 vessels transiting the strait a day. You would essentially be getting barely 10% of that if you were doing that under a naval escort system. So I think what you need is a ceasefire with a credible lack of attacks for several days. You need some form of overwatch, be that aerial, naval support, but you can't be doing this in convoy system. There has to be some sort of clarity from the industry's perspective that ships are not going to be targeted by missiles if they start running through the strait.
And no doubt that feeds fundamentally into insurance, which is absolutely necessary for these ships.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's some misreporting on this, suggesting that somehow, insurance was withdrawn, war risk premiums were eradicated the minute a war started. That's not what happened. Insurance has been there all along. And, while the US has produced this financial backstop of initially 20 billion and then 40 million, it's largely irrelevant because the insurance was already there. The insurance industry is very good at pricing risk. And what they're not doing right now is not moving through the ships, not because of lack of insurance, but because no ship wants to be hit by a missile. There's over 23 ships have been hit in this conflict. It's not an insurance issue, it's just a basic security and safety issue.
Richard, thank you. I learned an awful lot from that. Richard Mead is the Editor-in-Chief.
All right. So we have a little bit of a perspective on what is going on with the clog aspects of the Strait of Hormuz. It's going to take a while. Oil is trading higher. Thank you for joining. We're live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and X Spaces, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support the work that I do by sharing the links and asking your social media to follow me. And if you like the content, all this free content, and you want to help, you can buy the products and you can donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my website. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon or Substack channel. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Let's just do another market cap because some market moves are happening. So right now, the S&P 500 is starting to drift down. All right, still in positive territory, but it's starting to drift down. We're at 6,830 for the S&P 500 with VIX at 19.11. Euro is trading at 117. Japanese yen's trading at 159.16. Bitcoin's trading at 72,000, and natural gas is at 2.645. Oil is trading at 98.28. So it's relatively stable right now, but equities are starting to drift down. All right, but still in positive territory. My long-term target for the ones that have been paying attention to me for this year, for the S&P 500 year end, 7,400 to 7,800. All right, could even be above that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now, in terms of resistance level, that resistance level is going to be 7,000. So if equities are inching upward, there's going to be a resistance at 7,000. There's going to be people that are putting in positions to try to short it. So resistant right now at 7,000. We have a support level at 6,600. All right. If the 6,600 fails because of bad news in the Middle East, then the next support level is going to be 6,450. If that fails, then the next really strong support level is going to be at 6,140. If that fails, there's another major support level at 5,880, somewhere in there. All right. So those are the potential support levels if we get really bad news. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now there's going to be a trading range. And that trading range could be anywhere between high 6,800 to maybe 5,007, low 5,700. All right. I'm sorry, 6,000. I meant 6,000. 6,000, the trading range for the S&P 500. I'm tired today. The trading range for the S&P 500 is will be 6,800, the high point of that, and the lower bound will be 6,700. All right, so there should be a trading range there that's taking place as we're moving through the negotiations. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's listen into BBC. Trump says Iran's handling of the Strait of Hormuz is not the agreement we have. So there's definitely, and this was published 2 hours ago.
As peace talks between the US and Iranian officials are due to begin in Pakistan this weekend, we've been hearing again from President Trump accusing Iran of doing a very poor job and not allowing oil to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. He claims it's a direct breach of the fragile ceasefire agreement brokered by the two sides. The disputed status of Lebanon, meanwhile, in the ceasefire is creating a lot of tension. There's been fresh fighting overnight between Israel and Hezbollah. We had some latest pictures for you from Beirut, where a massive cleanup and recovery effort is underway. If you look at these pictures, you can see the extent of the damage from those Israeli strikes. And it's important to note, it comes after President Trump was quoted as saying Israel would be more low-key in Lebanon. Comments widely seen as him asking Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to be more restrained. The US State Department said Israel and Lebanon would hold talks in Washington next week. What we're hearing from the Lebanese Health Ministry, these figures came through yesterday. More than 300 people killed in Israeli strikes on Wednesday and over 1,000 injured. Israel saying it is targeting Hezbollah military sites, but this was densely populated areas of the Lebanese capital. Well, let's update you on the talks that are due to take place. We can take you to Carrie Davies, who joins us now from Islamabad. Carrie, do we know anything more today about what these talks will look like, what kind of shape they'll have, and who will take part?
Well, Lucy, at the moment, we've had no formal schedule announced for these talks. We've also had no absolute certainty of when everyone will arrive. Yesterday, we heard from the Iranian ambassador here in Pakistan, who put a post on social media saying that the delegation would be arriving yesterday evening. That was then deleted within the course of an hour. And at the moment, we've had no formal recognition that, or formal announcement that a delegation from Iran has arrived here in Pakistan. We've had no images of arrivals on Pakistani TV. We've had no messages from government officials or government ministers welcoming any of the high-profile guests of the country. So at the moment, there's no suggestion or no confirmation that they are already here in Islamabad. As when it comes to the American delegation, we did of course get confirmation earlier this week from the White House that Vice President J.D. Vance will be the one leading the talks from their side, also accompanied by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner as well. And the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, speaking to BBC yesterday, said that if it was J.D. Vance that was leading from the American side, then they would be putting forward their parliamentary speaker to lead the talks on the Iranian side at the moment, very much posing that as a sort of equivalent, as a tit for tat. If they provide one, we will provide at this level as well. At the moment, we have had no confirmation either that any of the senior representatives from America have arrived here yet. But we did, of course, hear from the White House saying that they thought the talks were happening on Saturday. And so the expectation is that there is still plenty of time for that delegation to arrive here in Islamabad. Meanwhile, I've been around the city this morning seeing some of the preparations that are already underway. A large amount of what's known as the Red Zone, which is where a lot of government buildings here in Pakistan are based, as well as many of the foreign embassies. Large amounts of that area have been entirely closed off. We have police, army, and also the paramilitary, the rangers here in Pakistan that are providing a lot of that security around this district, around this area. International media has started to arrive here in Islamabad as well to cover those talks. So at the moment, Islamabad is waiting for more information and for the arrivals of those high-profile guests.
Harry, back to you. We do know more. Thank you so much for that. Well, it feels very fragile, this ceasefire in the Gulf today. Part of the tension around it all is, of
I don't
course,
think,
what is
I
going
personally don't think it's going to be a success. And when bad news comes out, oil's probably going to go up. And this is part of the reason why when there was a telegraph from the White House that there was going to be some sort of peace deal, oil went down for WTI overnight all the way down to 91, right? It was at 117 and it dropped precipitously. And that day, it went as low as 91 and it came back up. And then it hovered around 95. And ever since, it's been drifting up. Now we're at 98 handle, 98.49 for WTI. So chances are this ceasefire is going to fail. And oil's going to go back up to 102, maybe higher. Now the question is, will they say something that will drop the oil back down? Who knows?
at the moment. Let's take you to our Middle East correspondent, Lena Sinjab, who is in Beirut. Lena, what happened overnight?
Well, it is really tense here, Lucy. I mean, that this is a country that doesn't feel it is part of a ceasefire or that any peace is coming soon. There were airstrikes throughout the night in the south of Lebanon, from both sides. I mean, although relatively you can't compare the rockets fired from Hezbollah into Israel with the damage that the Israeli strikes are causing in the south of Lebanon, or what it had caused, on Wednesday throughout the day. And yesterday, also here in the south of Beirut, there were evacuation orders given to various areas in Dahi neighborhood, which is the south of Beirut.
Here's some breaking news on CNBC. Oh, come on.
Well, on expectations, 46.1. 46.1. Do I have anything lower than that? I don't. I have 47 and change, so another one that goes beyond mine. If we look at inflation numbers, 4.8 on the 1-year inflation. That would equal where we were in August of last year. To find a higher number, you're in June of last year at 5%. 5 to 10 year, 3.4 as expected. Rearview mirror, 3.2. 3.4 equals November. To find a higher number, you're back to October 25.
All right, so
Now,
bottom line is that consumer sentiment falls to 47.6, and the estimate was 51.5. This is the UMISH data, and inflation expectations are higher than estimate. And so right now what we have is the equities are starting to sell off a little bit. We're still at 6,828. VIX is still at 19. So, all right, inflation expectations rise to 4.8% from 3.8%. That's significant. That's significant. And the Federal Reserve is going to look at that and they're going to go, you know what? If the PCI the PCE data comes in hot, there's no way that they're lowering rates. No way. No way in hell. All right, let's continue with BBC as this news starts to develop.
Residential area. This forced thousands of people to rush for their safety. They were stranded in their cars throughout the night, although a strike did not happen. The drone was flying over the whole evening yesterday, and this is a sound that makes all the Lebanese on alert, because this is usually followed by attacks. So the whole situation here is very tense. The government is still counting the dead. The number is rising. Hospitals are calling on people to come and identify dead bodies. The whole burial situation hasn't started yet because people are still searching for their loved ones, missing ones. It's a country and a nation in shock, in trauma, and they feel they're left alone to face this war without anyone able to stop it.
Lena, now that we have the prospect of talks with Israel, this is something that the president has been calling for and Benjamin Netanyahu is now offering. But what can the government give to Israel during these talks, given that so far they've been unable to disarm Hezbollah?
Yeah, I think, Lucy, this is the key point. I think it's unprecedented to have direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. This is a country at war since the 80s with Israel. So this is really a huge step. But the problem is Hezbollah. I mean, the government could not disarm Hezbollah, could not stop Hezbollah's firing rockets into Israel. They couldn't even expel the Iranian ambassador, even though when they decided so. Hezbollah takes to order and acts in alliance with Iran. So Iran is the key partner here to tell Hezbollah to stop so that the negotiations would continue. But the issue of disarming Hezbollah is really critical. This is something that has been decided in the 2024 war and hasn't been implemented. And it is hard to see how it's going to, be implemented. Possibly in the south of Lebanon, but how are you going to stop a whole group that has been built, growing, and recruiting and being trained by Iran, paid by Iran since the 1980s?
Lena, thank you so much. Really good to get your analysis there. Well, let's get more analysis from Jerusalem. We can skip our...
We're going to skip Jerusalem. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. This is going to focus on many different systems. This is going to help with brain function, cardiovascular health. It'll help with musculature, rev up your metabolism, increase your energy levels. And when you do that on a regular basis, you're slowing down the aging process. You're boosting up your immune system. You're improving your endocrine system. And by bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals, you're helping with your brain function. When you're helping with your cardiovascular health, you're getting better blood flow to your brain, so your hippocampus doesn't shrink. And like I've been saying, and you should listen to the recent video that I did about how to improve your brain function. If you improve your different organ systems, you're also improving your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost. And C60 is a great supplement to take. You can stack it with the Boomer Boost for added benefit. It's a very powerful antioxidant. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, and MCT coconut oil. C60 has to be an oil for proper absorption. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, for best absorption. By taking C60, you're also soaking up free radicals so you'll recover quicker after a workout. It helps to bring down inflammation, helps to bring down stress, and it soaks up the free radicals in the cells and the extracellular matrix around cells, so your tissue performs better. It also soaks up free radicals at the vascular level, preventing plaque formation. And C60 helps the health of your neurons. And the healthier your neurons are, the better your brain function. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day, every day, of C60. Get a 2 ounce or a 4 ounce from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It is cheaper to get the C60 at a higher ounce configuration because it's cheaper per ounce. Make sure you use discount 5 to save some money. It's all caps, discount 5. So please go to my store and get the C60 and stack it with the Boomer Boost for that synergistic ability to soak up those free radicals and bring down stress in the tissues. Your endocrine system is going to improve. Your immune system is going to improve. You're going to slow down the aging process. And by taking C60, you're also improving your basal layer for your skin. So your skin will improve. It stacks really well with resveratrol. Resveratrol and C60 work together to improve that basal layer. This is part of the reason why you look younger when you take C60. So make sure you take a teaspoon a day every day. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Some breaking news with that whole, let's listen in to CNBC.
Coming out of Asia for barrels, and if the strait remains closed for longer, there really is not much more to happen other than further increases in the price of oil. You're depleting inventories, they can't go to zero, pipelines can't be shut down, LNG facilities that pump at minus 250 degrees can't be turned off and then turned back on. So that there's a floor here at which point prices have to go higher. So again, the quicker that we get the strait reopened, we stop launching drones into the East-West pipeline, et cetera, the better it's going to be for everybody.
So then the inflation rate today, you would say, in line with what you were expecting?
Oh, everybody was expecting the headline number today. The surprise, of course, is a little bit at the core, which was a little less than expected. But for the 100 millionth time, everyone knows prices are higher now. Everyone knows there's a short-term issue. How long does gas stay at $4.25 or $4.50? When Russia happened, gas prices at the pump spiked up to $5, but they came right back down. Yes, there was a bear market in the U.S.
Yeah,
once the Fed was hiking interest rates. The economy wasn't meaningfully destabilized by that because prices came down quickly. And so that, again, in the case of any oil price destabilization, that's what you're looking for. Oil prices coming back down to earth as soon as possible.
You're a hedge fund, is that right? Solus is a hedge fund?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you surprised how quickly all the hedge funds have gone back to pressing the things they were right before the war started, shorting the software stocks all over again?
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all, because if you believe, and if you believe the oil futures curve, if you believe that this is temporary in nature, then why should I, royal investor, not go right back to the positioning I was before? I mean, we look at the IGV this morning; it's down another 3% or something.
Look what's going on, right? Look at service now.
Yeah. So yeah. Again, if you are betting, as the entire market appears to be, that this is temporary in nature, then why shouldn't we just be right back in
Do
the
you
environment?
have a view on the overall trade itself and the disintermediation? Yes.
We don't really trade very much in tech. I think. Listen. I generally come down on the side of the software and the private credit guys, arguing in the short term here, we've seen nothing in the way of EBITDA impairment at the software companies. Seat-based SaaS companies haven't talked publicly or privately, as far as I know, about any change in demand. You've got Leslie did a great interview with Tomo Bravo yesterday, talking about the strength and yes, of course, that's. The viewers can't see favor.
No, tell them, damn, I just did that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to talk his book, but in the short term here, there's a lot of concern about what will be.
Yes.
But there is an enormous amount of support for what is, and I think. Listen, the saying is that the equity market has predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions. They've probably done that on a sectoral basis as well.
Well, since you're talking would-be recession, are you concerned at all about real income? Which is close to,
close to flat.
Going to go negative the next couple of months.
One of the reasons I was generally more positive, on the consumer the last couple of years was positive real wage growth. And so in the short term here, you are definitely getting to a flat line here where the pickup in prices is eating into wages. I want to see that happen in a more persistent way. I generally come down of the view that the consumer in the U.S. has been resilient for, 100 years now, and they continuously prove doubters wrong. I imagine this time is going to be much of the same.
Had some rough spots in those 100 years, but okay.
It's not always smooth sailing, but generally the U.S. consumer does like to spend on various things. And listen, Delta and the other airlines, Delta said 5 of the strongest days they've ever had have been post the war. Now some of that's going to be front loading to try to get in front of the spike in air prices, and we've already seen the headlines about baggage fees, et cetera, et cetera. But people like to travel, and wages have been strong, and the stock market's at a high, et cetera, et cetera. People feel, this morning's consumer sentiment number notwithstanding, Rick, people feel okay.
Yeah. Dan, good stuff. Good to see you.
Always my pleasure, guys.
Dan Green. Here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. We come back, bank earnings, of course, next week. Just as the Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair get some Wall Street CEOs to talk about risks from AI. Got new reporting next.
All right, we're going to go to a video talking about Trump criticizing right-wing media figures after Iran criticism. Now, this is Morning Joe, and I don't like Morning Joe, but let's listen, because I'd like to complain about Morning Joe. It's my hobby.
Those comments. The president went on what media described as a Truth Social posting bender. Alex Corson, our EP, said it was like War and Peace. without the P's. It was very long, which began with the president lashing out at right-wing podcasters who criticized him this week over threats to wipe out the Iranian civilization. In a 485-word post, the president went after Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owen, and Alex Jones. The president called them low IQ, nut jobs, and troublemakers. He also called them losers who were just trying to latch onto MAGA for publicity.
Well, let's think about this for a second. I've met Megyn Kelly, all right, over at the Harvard Club, all right in New York City, because her husband was releasing a book, and her husband is an author. Now, Tucker Carlson I never met in person. Candace Owens I never met in person, nor have I met Alex Jones in person. But from my observation, Kelly, Tucker ain't that bright. He didn't even finish college, all right? And he acts like he's some sort of intellectual with his little, when he started branding himself with a bow tie, like he's some sort of, blue blood intellectual. And then Candace Owens, she didn't finish college either. Alex Jones, he did some classes in an associate degree and didn't finish college. Now, these people are successful from a monetary point of view, but are they really successful in terms of intellect? And Tucker seems to be like a fair weather fan in sports. Candace Owens seems like she's just crazy. And Alex Jones, I think he's past his prime. The moment where he was at his peak was right after 9/11. Right after 9/11. That was his peak. And he's been going down ever since in terms of respectability. But the point here is that maybe Trump is right. Maybe they are low IQ. Now, Megyn Kelly, she has probably a decent IQ level, but there is a little bit of materialism, self-centeredness about her. So it's really not an IQ issue. It's more of a different type of emotional intelligence. There's different types of intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, there's the standard IQ, but then there's also creative intelligence. There's also, intelligence of empathy. So there's different, you can slice intelligence in different ways. That's how the psychologists do it. Megyn isn't low IQ. She's self-centered. It's different. Let's continue.
Grant comes after both Owens and Jones called for the 25th Amendment to be invoked. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who also called for the 25th Amendment to be invoked, defended those podcasts.
Oh, here, MTG, yeah, a pillar of intellect. What has happened is that you have these individuals like Tucker, Megyn, Candace, and Alex Jones that have built up a good size audience, has monetized that audience in some way, in some fashion, through advertisement or selling products or whatever it is. So they have a big audience, and what if you take a look at their audience, now it's not monolithic, but a big section of that is America First pacifists, not America First expansionists, right? That's two different concepts. Pompeo was an America First, but he's an expansionist. All right. Alex Jones, Tucker, they're America First pacifists. So let's, get into the nuance of this. So they're playing to the bait. They're playing to their audience base, just like a typical politician is, like MTG. MTG is playing to her political base, even though she's stepping away from politics. Makes you wonder why. I wonder if she's going to have a podcast or something. But the thing is that Tucker, something about him. Swanson family, says that, he's been here for ages. His family is blue blood, blah, blah, blah. And, he applied to the CIA and didn't get accepted. Well, maybe he was accepted, maybe he wasn't, who knows? But he's on CNN and he's got the bow tie. Everyone knows that. And he's, this little, he's a conservative pundit. And, hey, I'm a conservative person. I vote Republican, all right? I want less government, less taxes. I want the government to get truncated, What's wrong with that? I think society's better that way. But Tucker, he's coming out as a, blue blood, New Englandite with his little bow tie telling you how it is, even though he didn't finish college, all right? But he's just, he knows it all. And he's got that little mannerism about him. Now that's CNN. Now fast forward to like 2020, and he's on Fox News. And how did he cover the crisis? He looked like a deer in the headlight, like a dipshit. Not so intellectual. Not being able to look at a problem and see the pattern recognition of what was emerging. And when he transitioned from CNN to Fox, got rid of that bow tie, it's now straight tie. And for whatever reason, he gets kicked off of Fox. And then he ends up making a ton of money doing his own podcasts. And maybe media is changing because of just the internet. And what is his demeanor? How is he packaged? As some sort of roughneck, living in the woods, living in a cottage. And he does fishing and hunting. He doesn't wear a bow tie anymore. He doesn't wear a tie. He doesn't even wear a suit. He's a hunter. Do you see that this dichotomy doesn't make much sense? Do you see that he's being manufactured in some sort of commercial way? Tucker is bullshit.
That they all helped to get the president elected, and adding that they didn't change, he did.
All right, so let's.
I'll pass the mic on X Spaces. Just let me finish this video here. It has another 8 minutes to go. Please wait.
A writer at the Dispatch and a columnist at Bloomberg Opinion, David Drucker. David, we've heard, I think from the far right, there's a call for the 25th Amendment. Some Democrats as well have been messaging that. Also with us, we have Politics Bureau Chief, or maybe we don't because it just went away. It looks like Jay Mart might be. We have Jay Mart on the road.
Jay Mart is on the road. And Drucker, when Jay Mart's on the road, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It already is.
We've got fireworks going on there.
It is a firework.
Are you okay there?
Well, I think he's actually it's a late night disco ball, but he takes it around with him wherever he goes. So Jay Mart, I'll get back to you in 1 second. He's got Casey and the Sunshine Band going on behind him. We'll get back to him in 1 second. David Drucker, we do talk an awful lot about the fact that you've got to look at the MAGA base and you've got to look at these podcasters. I've got to say though, with podcasters that have millions and millions of followers, and a lot of them, most of them voted for Donald Trump. They say especially Megyn Kelly's continued
forceful and really
forceful and
spot on,
compelling concerns about what the president has done regarding Iran, especially the threats. I'm wondering if you're starting to hear any concern from Republicans if we're still where we were.
Is it possible that Trump talks a little hyperbolic? Yes. He's from New York. Of course he's going to talk with hyperbole. In addition, when you say your civilization is going to get destroyed, maybe he really means that your energy is going to be gone. Your ability to move around is going to be gone. Now, if you think about it, what is the major reason why we have a modern society? Is it because of our education? Is it because of, we have a better understanding philosophically about politics? No. It goes down to the ability of electricity. If you lose electricity, you are no longer in the modern age. You snap back to the 1600s immediately. So maybe that's what he meant. Now, me, being a New Yorker, I understand the hyperbole. Now, why is it that Tucker can't? Why is it that Megyn Kelly can't? Why is it that Candace Owens can't? Why is it that Alex Jones can't understand the hyperbole from Trump, even though Alex Jones speaks hyperbole every fucking day? Why is that? Oh, you monetize your base for the ones that are America First pacifists. Because you remember, it would have been easier to kill Iran 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 47 years ago. The longer we kick the can down the road, the more expensive it's going to be. The longer we kick the can down the road, more collateral damage is going to be had. The longer we kick the can down the road, innocent people will die. So if you are a utilitarianist, now I'm using a fancy word, Tucker, so tighten up that bow tie, listen up. If you're going to be a utilitarianist, then it's better to kill Iran now.
Where you have the right-wing podcasters, and then you've got everybody else in MAGA world. Where are you right now? Now that this seems to have a certain crescendo quality to it.
Yeah, well, a lot to unpack there, Joe. And by the way, I thought the technical difficulties with Jamar was that he was at some breakfast joint. I really think what he was eating. Look, yeah. I think I think that what's very interesting about the president's tirade, of course, how many times is he calling on one of these vendors, is that it's all personal, right? He didn't criticize Owens or Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly for stoking anti-Semitism, for being anti-Semitic in Owens' case for sure.
He's making a good point here.
Because they're angry at him. It's all because they're criticizing him. He's brought figures like this along with him.
That's because Trump, his philosophical foundation is egoism. I mean, okay. I mean, that should be axiomatic. I mean, my God.
He's accommodated their sometimes very outlandish, wacky views, and never said that it wasn't welcome within the party. But when they turn on him, now they're idiots who are not welcome in the party. And I think that's a real important distinction to make. And then you're dealing with the podcasters and their content, which in many cases has been anti-Semitic, has been conspiratorial, but they clearly do speak for a subset of voters who supported the president.
Big subset.
Because they didn't think that he would get the U.S. involved in a conflict like this in the Middle East. And so then we look at the politics of this.
I suspect that there is more than 70% of the ones that voted for Trump are America First pacifists, while the ones that voted for Trump that are America First expansionists are about 30%. But the thing is this is not uncommon, because the same thing was happening during World War II. There were a lot of the whole idea of America First came right out of World War II. That was a phrase that came out of World War II with Hindenburg. So this is not a new concept. And there were many people in the United States that did not want to go to war with Germany. And there was this movement, America first, don't get into foreign wars. Well, let's think about this for a second. There was this, I think it was on Amazon Prime, but the Man in the High Castle series, and it's a great series, and it's a kind of like almost like a revisionist history, futuristic, almost Spielberg-ish kind of film. Spielberg didn't do it, but it's a great series. Highly recommend seeing it, especially the first season. The second season, not so much, but the first season was great. And the whole idea is that the United States loses the war. And half of the country is run by Japan, the western half. And the eastern half is run by Germany. Now, what if that really did happen? What if the America first in World War II actually got what they wanted? We would not have the country we have today. So we need to start thinking about, sometimes we need to be a little Machiavellian. Sometimes we need to we need to boot up our inner Julius Caesar. There's nothing wrong with America first expansionist. There's nothing wrong with using our hegemonic power.
Right, we're just about to close out week 6. Have things begun to change at all politically? And I don't think that things have really changed politically vis-a-vis support for the war among Republican voters, right? I still think the president has the broad support of Republican voters, and particularly voters who self-identify as MAGA. But I think one of the things we're learning is that voters that self-identify as MAGA aren't necessarily the podcast listener that were so crucial to the president's reelection in 2024. These are people that really sort of joined up with the right because they took issue with the Biden administration, they took issue with how COVID was handled, and all sorts of reasons. And these are the people that are a little bit, that have become skeptical of the president's leadership. Ultimately, Republicans are in trouble in 2026 because of underlying economic discontent, and the focus and the investment in the Iran war is just another big example that they're not getting what they want from the president on that front.
Jay Martin, elections are one of the margins. We're in a 50-50 country usually. But man, yeah, that margin's getting a lot bigger when you look at the numbers of people that listen to Joe Rogan, who's definitely been harshly critical of the president's immigration policies in Iran. Megyn Kelly.
Now think about Joe Rogan. Think about Joe Rogan. All right. Very successful podcaster. Probably one of the most successful in human history so far. Pothead. All right. He's in shape. But, the thing is that, does he have virtue? Where's the virtue in Joe Rogan? I don't see the virtue in Joe Rogan. Do you want to have your kid like Joe Rogan? Well, if you want a successful kid that has the largest, the largest, influential podcast in the world, yeah, maybe. But do you really see virtue in Joe Rogan? I don't. I wouldn't want my kid having the behaviors of Joe Rogan. And think about Joe Rogan is more of a leftist. We're not supposed to. We're supposed to have a porous border. We're supposed to not have. We're supposed to just, once we have our borders opened up and there's lots of illegal immigration, that we're not supposed to round them up and get them out, especially the bad ones, the ones that degrade society. Guess what? You see this crap every day in New York. So it's a problem that needs to be fixed. So Joe Rogan doesn't think we should fix it? Is that the issue? Joe Rogan saying that we shouldn't be building up our military to make sure that we circumvent what is happening in Asia? Because if we do what Joe Rogan wants, we'll lose our freedom of navigation through the 9-dash line. But this is the problem with the leftists. This is a problem with a pseudo-leftist. Joe Rogan's kind of like trying to move, once he left California and he moved into Texas, he's, but he still has that aura of liberal, that aura of that leftist fruit and nut Californian, but he has a little bit of that conservative, just a speckle, just a little bit of salt and pepper. But the main entree is a liberal. All right? It's a big problem. But he's gonna say what our foreign policy should be. That doesn't sound like you're tapping into Julius Caesar. I don't see Julius Caesar in Joe Rogan. I see Mary Poppins. Do I see a Machiavelli in Joe Rogan? No. So are we supposed to assume that just because they have a large podcast and they're a leftist, that's where the country should go? You think Joe Rogan represents God, country, and family? There's some elements of that, but he's missing some key components, some key virtues. Do you want a society where you just have a bunch of potheads? Because I guarantee you're going to have early onset of dementia. Is that the society that we want? Do you want to raise your kid like a Joe Rogan? I don't think so.
Questions what Donald Trump is doing, but what Fox News is doing. You look at Tucker Carlson, obviously, they all have massive audiences. And again, it's not just when they go live, it's those YouTube views. You look at the numbers of YouTube views of Megyn Kelly or Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson.
And this goes in line with not just the people that supported Trump, but just the overall society in the United States. Now, I'm an America First expansionist. I believe that the future of America is exploration and doing amazing things that no other country can do. And if we get our act together, we'll make the world a better place. But that's a big assumption if we'll ever get our act together. Now, the facts are this. 80% of our population in the United States are shitheads. They're stupid and they're lazy. There's 20% that are exceptional. And because of the exceptionalness, that's why America is exceptional. Now, just using that theory, that observation, we can assume with randomly thinking of their population that's watching Joe Rogan or Megyn Kelly or Alex Jones or whatever, 80% of their or more, because it probably is a little bias with the sampling. But let's just say there's no bias in the sampling. 80% of their audience is stupid. There's 20% that are exceptional. Now, there's probably a little bit of bias where there's probably more stupid than exceptional. But the point here is that the United States needs to wake up and realize that there is only 20% that is actually making this country great. And stop demonizing them. Now, some of the 20% are left-leaning. Some of them are right-leaning. But the fact is that majority of the country is stupid. Majority of the country is lazy.
Live out there forever. Talk about the impact this is having.
Joe, the clicks move on social media. across platforms, and people who otherwise aren't listeners or viewers of those shows do catch 30-second snippets on social, whether it's TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. I know this for a fact from my own family. They not listen to Rogan, Tucker, or Megan, but they get fed some of those clips via the algorithm on social media. So their impact is even more outsized because of the nature of today's information ecosystem. Your point about the margins is critical. Both parties in this country, because we have a two-party system, so they got to fold everybody into below those two tents. So both parties are coalition parties. Well, here's what's happening in the Republican Party. The sort of factions on the either extreme of the party. So the Alex Jones on one front, the real, a winner, as they would say, conspiratorial types, are dissatisfied with Trump because of the Iran decision. All right. Then you've got the other extreme of the party, which is the pre-Trump party. Never liked them in the first place.
No, think about this. Alex Jones doesn't want us to go into Iran. Well, Alex Jones has a memory problem because we had the hostage crisis in the 70s. You do remember that, Alex. I know you were young, very young, maybe too young, but it happened. What about the Beirut bombing in '83, where Reagan was afraid and put his tail between his legs and left? There were, more than 100 Marines that were killed? Never forget the death of a Marine, all right? What about the tanker wars that took place in the 80s during Reagan? Yeah. Iran blew up a ton of ships. Reagan came in, knocked out some stuff, and was afraid that it was going to escalate. So his chief of staff gave him, some way to get out, and that solved the real problem. Kick the can down the road. Thank you, Reagan. Even though I support Reagan, but you can support a president and still say that they're wrong in certain circumstances. Here's a case where if Reagan did the job, maybe we wouldn't have had the problem that we have today. What about the bombing of the Cole? What about all those roadside bombs that were going off in Iraq and Afghanistan? How many of our soldiers have lost legs or lost their life because of Iran? Never forget that. That's Alex Jones is forgetting that. So wait a minute here. America First pacifists have a tendency to actually retreat, and you lose your hegemonic power. Now, if you want the life that you have today in the United States, it is all predicated on the gains, the spoils that we obtained after World War II. Now, if you're going to start retreating from those, then you're going to end up like the British Empire. Failed. That's America First. That's America First pacifism.
Not kind of, finds his conduct really embarrassing, but basically had sort of grinned and bear because they couldn't vote for Democrats every 4 years in the general. I think he's at risk, Joe, of losing those two factions this fall, in part because they will stay home on one hand, and also some of them will just vote for a Democrat to send a message this fall, and that's a big challenge for the Republican Party. They always have a hard time in midterms these days anyways, getting their folks out when Trump's not on top of the ticket. And when you add to that this dissatisfaction with those two wings, polar opposite wings of the party, boy, that leaves a lot of people that they need, Joe, to your point, because the margins are what drives these elections. And if you take out how those two factions, candy bar the door.
Yep. And so in essence, what's going to happen, because America First pacifists, we're going to end up having an ultra-liberal House of Representatives and maybe lose the Senate. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Alex Jones. Thanks, Tucker. Thanks, Megan. And thanks, Candace, for handing over to the Democratic Party the legislative branch. Good job. Good job. So smart, you're stupid. And I think maybe that's why Trump said they're low IQ.
Mainstream media, we're going to be reading Peggy Noonan's Wall Street Journal column in a bit. I just wanted, though, to your point, I want to read a line or two from Peggy's latest, talking about Donald Trump's posts over the Holy Weekend. She said, I want to talk about why they were so horrifying. They constituted hitting a new bottom, a new and infernal face lit by flames bottom in world communications. The posts were sinister. You destabilize the world when, as an American president, you say such things. And she goes on and on.
So this pagan Noonan from the Wall Street Journal, in gut we trust. Well, wait a minute here. Let's think about this for a second, because, you know, I know quite a lot about chaos theory. Quite a lot. All right. There are systems that have so many variables that sometimes you have to use your intuition because you can't see, no matter how much computational power you have artificially, you know, through computers, no matter how much computational power it may have, it cannot fully appreciate the potentiality of the unknown. You can have probabilities. Like for people that have done Monte Carlo simulations, right? You can have a complex system that you're modeling with thousands of variables, and sometimes these AI models have billions of variables. Billions, think about that. Try to do that on a piece of paper. But, you know, just billions of variables. But let's just do a parsimonious model and just say a few hundred. Even with that, it's hard to understand all the potentialities. And so when you run a simulation, you know, from the current time period to just the next time period, the next week, or whatever your time period is, the next day, you'll have some sort of end result. But because it's stochastic, if you rerun it, it's going to be a slightly different result. And so if you run this multiple times, thousands of times, you'll get a probability cone. But the farther out you go, the more time periods out you go, the less certain you are, and the probability cone starts to widen. So when you're talking about these things in terms of game theory with lots of different variables, you have to use your gut, and you have to try to boil it down into manageable pieces. So when we see in gut we trust, where she's talking bad about Trump, this Peggy Noonan from the Wall Street Journal, she's not appreciating that you have to use intuition, and intuition is a form of intelligence. She's also implicitly making the statement that the technocrats know better. Now, well, wait a minute here. The technocrats for the last 47 years have gotten us to this point. So why would we believe the technocrats?
She says at the end, all these people, they're saying, oh, it's just Trump being Trump and you don't understand how he negotiates. She said, no, please. These things matter. And you're being childish and babyish if you're suggesting that they don't. David.
All right. Well, unfortunately, the one that was wanting the mic left, but probably didn't like what I had to say, but so be it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the heirloom barley. This will help to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and detoxify your body. And when you do that, you're improving your endocrine system, your immune system. You're helping with your joint health because you're reducing that inflammation. You're helping your cardiovascular health because you're reducing plaque formation. If If you reduce inflammation, you're reducing plaque formation. It's that simple. And by bringing down inflammation at the brain level, you're protecting those neurons. And when those neurons are protected and they have less inflammation, you have less misfolded proteins, less amyloid that builds up. And when you have better blood flow, because of better cardiovascular health, then you'll have better blood flow into the brain, feeding those neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the heirloom barley, slow down the aging process. And like I said, you'll get all these other benefits like boosting up your immune system and your endocrine system and your brain function. And you'll also recover quicker after a workout. You'll notice. This is a month supply. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water, a smoothie, or even just with milk. I mix it with soft foods like hummus, but take it every day and it'll help to slow down the aging process. So you're not an Alex Jones, all right? Alex Jones is younger than Dr. Paul Cottrell, younger. But Dr. Paul Cottrell looks a lot younger than Alex Jones. Now, why is that? Well, if you pay attention to me, you take the right supplements, if you go to my store and stack them the way I tell you to, you won't turn into an Alex Jones. So clarity factor. Clarity factor will get rid of that brain fog so you're not a crazy right wing and you're not a crazy ultra left wing, all right? It'll allow you to concentrate. It's a very powerful neurostack. And over time, what's going to happen is that your dendritic connections are going to improve. You're going to have faster cognition. You're going to have better memory, all right? And by doing this, this is a great way to help improve your brain function and to slow down the aging process in the brain. So please go to my store, take this every day, all right? Some people, they take it twice a day, but I recommend to take it every day with filtered water and learn new things. And you'll be amazed how your brain starts to react to new information, but not just reading. You want to learn things that are actually associated with kinematics, because that's how we evolved, such as building things or fixing things or learning an instrument. Cooking is another great way. Learning process, multiple steps, learning something new that has multiple steps, and you're moving your body. Because what you're doing is you're activating many different parts of your brain and they're reconnecting. But when you get older and you get into your old ways and you just kind of like atrophy, those connections are going to start to recede. You want to reestablish those connections just like you were youthful. And this is how you slow down the brain aging. You want to slow that down. Slow down that brain aging and get those dendritic connections. Now, you don't want to believe me? Fine. It's up to you. Honestly, I don't care. But the thing is, for the ones that actually want to improve their health, listen to me, do what I'm telling you to do, and it will work. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Don't be an Alex Jones. Because Alex Jones is literally going to give the House of Representatives to the Democrats. And you think that the country is going to be better off? See, the ultra-liberal eats their tail, the ultra-right eats their tail. Stupid. Stupid.
Welcome, good morning. Diplomacy kicking into overdrive. Let's see what we get from this one. Moments ago, there's the video of the Vice President, J.D. Vance, boarding Air Force Two, heading for Islamabad, Pakistan for high-stakes talks with Iran. High stakes, he said. Can they create an agreement that will end the war once and for all? So, doesn't get bigger than this. Good morning, everybody, on a Friday. I'm Bill Hammer. Big 2 hours coming up right.
Right, it's high stakes with hot takes.
Yes, indeed. I like that hashtag.
It'll be all weekend. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. Before the Vice President took off, he took an upbeat tone on those talks, but also warning Iran, don't even think about pulling a fast one.
We're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on. But for now, let's get on the plane and hit the road.
So now President Trump flatly rejecting Iran's first proposal, now pushing for a stronger deal. That deal would include putting a laser focus on one of the toughest issues on the table.
I just want to interrupt this. Right now, oil is going up here. There's a little bit of a tick up. It's looking like it's going to try to break $99 a barrel. It's at 98.92. Equities are at 6,831. There's a little bit of a bid up also on Bitcoin. It's slightly above 73,000 now. Natural gas is slightly up a little bit. It's at 2.677. And UCO, which is the ETF that I've been telling everybody to watch, that's at about 40.14. If the ceasefire fails, and it looks like there's going to be additional military operations by the United States, or if Iran hits the GCC countries and infrastructure, or the Strait of Hormuz is shut down again, then we probably will see UCO go to maybe 41 to maybe 42. Okay? Now, Alex Jones can't tell you how to slow down the aging process because he's too stupid. And Alex Jones can't tell you how to make money on the news.
Strait of Hormuz. Days into a fragile ceasefire, that key waterway has become what Iran sees as its biggest bargaining chip. It's still choking off the movement of many ships, deciding which ones can and cannot flow freely.
Overnight, President Trump posted on Truth Social saying Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is not the agreement we have.
So meanwhile, Dana, another potential stumbling block is the conflict ongoing in Lebanon against Hezbollah. Israel continues to hit Hezbollah, Iran's largest and to date most powerful proxy. That regime insisting that any move to exclude this from the ceasefire talk is a non-starter for them.
And Peter Ducey and Trey Yates have been covering this story from the get-go. They join us from the White House and from Tel Aviv. And Peter, let's start with you. Any other word about how the president advised J.D. Vance before he took off?
Well, when J.D. Vance says that the president gave them clear guidelines, we understand that to mean that the U.S. needs to go in there and tell Iran no enrichment, period. That is what we have heard from White House officials. Remember, about 6 weeks ago, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were sitting there with the Iranians and said, the U.S. will give you all the uranium you want for peaceful purposes. You just can't use it to enrich a bomb. And Iran said, no. Now they are, of course, adding J.D. Vance to the equation. And so we'll see how things go. We don't even really know what the format is yet. They had indirect talks last time. These will be TBD.
Okay, so from the White House, we move to Tel Aviv and Trey Yates. What has happened there in the last 12 hours, Trey?
Yeah, Bill, a lot of developments here in the Middle East over the past 12 hours. We know the Israelis and the Lebanese government are entering into direct talks next week in Washington to try and develop peaceful relations between the two countries and disarm Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah. The Iranians are tying strikes against Hezbollah directly to the negotiations this week in Islamabad. And so there are three really major issues we're looking at here. That's Iran's support of regional proxies and whether or not they're going to tie the success and outcome of these negotiations to support of Hezbollah. We're also looking at the Strait of Hormuz, where since the ceasefire began, anywhere from 8 to 11 vessels have been able to pass through. And Israeli intelligence officials tell Fox News the Iranians are demanding fees of those vessels that are making it through this critical waterway. And then finally, you have this issue of enriched uranium. Despite the fact that earlier this week, President Trump said there was an agreement to go into Iranian territory in the future and dig up that enriched uranium that was buried in the aftermath of Operation Midnight Hammer and then remove it from the country. Iran's nuclear chief this week said they will maintain the right to enrich uranium. And so a lot of points to work out here at the negotiating table. And the question here is whether or not the Iranians are willing to make a good faith deal.
And then, Peter, how is the White House processing the increase in oil prices, the concern people have going forward, and of course the inflation report today.
Dana, they are eager to change the subject to something else. Nobody here is saying that high gas prices are not a problem. They are saying that high gas prices will only be a problem for a little bit. But in terms of changing the subject, next week they're going to send the president to Arizona and Nevada. It's tax week. They want to talk about all the help that no tax on tips and no tax on overtimes has for blue-collar workers, Trump supporters or not. Something else interesting about this dynamic, though, they are sending J.D. Vance a tale as old as time. Sometimes presidents give the hardest possible jobs to their vice presidents. We saw Biden do this with Harris when he said, "You're in charge of the border." President Trump sending J.D. Vance here gives the president an opportunity, if things go great, to say, "I delegated well." And if things go poorly, to say, "Well, maybe I'll get involved now."
Okay, Trey, one more thing on what's happening in Lebanon, because those talks begin early next week in Washington, D.C. And from what I understand here, you've got the Israeli government and maybe the Lebanese government trying to squeeze Hezbollah in Lebanon. And part of the reason they can do that is if the Lebanese government now in power recognizes Israel. Is that a possibility now for that region?
Yeah, we've seen a huge shift in tone from the Lebanese government as a result of direct efforts by the Trump administration. The fact that during this conflict, you had the Lebanese prime minister call on Hezbollah to lay down their arms and stop firing toward Israel is something unheard of. Had we told you this 2 years ago, people would have laughed because there was such a connection and Hezbollah was deeply embedded into the Lebanese government. The reality is the president's been able to change the focus of the Middle East from eternal conflict to trying to find some mediation efforts toward a broader ceasefire deal that doesn't just affect the situation inside Gaza between Israel and Hamas, and doesn't just affect the situation in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah, but a broader plan for the region that would allow things here to stabilize. And again, this is part of the reason that Operation Epic Fury began. The president was very clear. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, despite the fact that they initially came to the negotiating table and said they had enough enriched uranium for 11 nuclear bombs. And so one of the largest hurdles in the region was considered the IRGC and the threat that the regime posed. And now that that has been largely degraded in the aftermath of these U.S. and Israeli strikes, it opens up a possibility for the Middle East where you could start to see more negotiation taking place and normalization deals across the board that would bring in countries like Lebanon to try and make peace with Israel.
All right, Trey Gaines, Peter Ducey, you're going to have busy days, and we thank you for your expertise.
It is 3D chess, and it's the Middle East, and Michael Allen knows it well, former NSC Senior Director. Michael, welcome to our coverage here. So we're balancing two different plates here. Now you've got the Washington talks with regard to Hezbollah and Lebanon. You've got the Pakistani talks with regard to the United States and Iran. Here's Jack Keane earlier today on that.
President Trump is not going to make a bad deal here. As much as he thinks there's a good deal coming, doesn't know for sure until it's on the table and one of the verification process. He knows these guys are liars and cheaters. Listen, nobody has negotiated more with this regime than this president. And this is the only president who's ever taken them on consequentially in terms of military operations.
So, Michael, let's start in Pakistan with regard to Iran. What do you rate as the what are the chances that these talks actually can produce a lasting peace?
Well, the stakes have definitely gotten higher for Vice President Vance. I'm certain that the president has given him the charge to threaten the resumption of military force unless Iran agrees to at the very least, the loose terms we had worked out earlier in the week. We have to be clear with the Iranians that they do not have a veto over who gets through the Straits of Hormuz, and that it ought to be reestablished as a free and open international waters passageway. Anything short of that gives them control over energy and, by extension, sort of a veto, sort of a control over the world economy. That's unacceptable. We've got to get it back on track, and I can't think of anything that they'd be interested in unless it's the renewed prospect of military force, which they should want to avoid.
I mean, I think to me, that's where it all comes down to. I joked yesterday it was the Strait of no moves, because the agreement, as President Trump just said in his truth, like, that's not the agreement we had. But if you're a dying regime because of all the things that have just happened to you, and all of a sudden you have the most important leverage you've ever had in your existence. Why would you give that up?
So I really don't think they're going to give it up at the negotiating table. They may come out of this weekend with some language that will try to finesse. Maybe we'll get the Chinese and others to try and weigh in with the Iranians. But I think honestly, I think we're going to have to go back to a situation where the United States is degrading Iran's coastal defenses near the Strait of Hormuz. We've been busily degrading other things across the country the last 5 weeks. But that will enable, we think, the CENTCOM commander to say to the commander-in-chief, we've now reduced the threat enough to where we can do a freedom of navigation operation, establish that it's back open, and hopefully be able to do an escort mission to start bringing tankers through. If they're not going to let it go.
Sorry, Michael, that means we go back to war, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid so. I mean, let's see what happens this weekend. We've got I'm sure we have a very effective.
It's probably going to fail, and there's going to be further military operations, and oil's going to go up. And so, in terms of equities will come back down. When it goes back down, buy equities, and the same thing that. You know, we're getting into the weekend. We're going to know if it's going to fail or not, like Sunday night, maybe even earlier. All right. Trading starts Monday. So it may behoove you to actually put in some energy positions longing oil in UCO to play the potentiality of oil breaking 100.
And so Vance has got a lot of pressure on him here.
All right, Michael Allen, thank you.
The chances are that it's going to fail, not succeed.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
I honestly think that the real question is not if it will fail or succeed, because it will fail. Will Trump hit Iran after the 2 weeks or before the 2 weeks? That's really the bigger question. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the ashwagandha root. This is going to help to bring down your cortisol levels, and it's going to help with you controlling your blood glucose levels. A lot of people in the United States, unfortunately, are too stressed out all the time, and so they have chronic cortisol level increase. And that higher concentration of cortisol will do damage to your organs. You need to bring it down. Chronic cortisol literally ages you faster. All right? This is part of the reason why that people have autoimmune disorders and they're given steroids, they age faster. All right? Because cortisol is a steroid. So the bottom line is this. You want to bring it down. Bring down the cortisol. Help your tissues and your organ systems to heal. And your immune system is going to go up because elevated cortisol levels actually is immunosuppressive. That's the reason why if you have an autoimmune disorder, they give you steroids. Hello, it's that simple. All right, so there's also a lot of people in the United States that are diabetic or borderline diabetic. Well, that causes damage to your cells. It causes damage to your vascular system. It even damages your brain. All right? So you want to control your blood glucose levels. So ashwagandha root will do that. And when you're doing this, your immune system is going to be boosted up. Your cardiovascular health will improve. Lignans. Lignans will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, help the immune system and the endocrine system, help the cardiovascular health. Again, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, reduces plaque formation. You do this regularly with a protocol, I know that I've mentioned multiple times, you actually can reduce plaque, not just reducing or mitigating further plaque development, you can actually reduce plaque. I've told people on how to take a 50% clogged or more carotid artery, how to shrink it down to only 15%. All right? So Just pay attention to me and everything will be fine. Bring down inflammation, soak up those free radicals. Take the lignans, that's what it'll do. And when you do that, you're helping your cardiovascular health, you're getting better blood flow to your brain. And by getting better blood flow to the brain, you're giving the nutrients to your hippocampus so your memory improves. There's plasticity that if you give it the right ingredients, your brain can perform better. All right? And this will help to boost up your immune system and help with your endocrine system. So please, take my advice, get the lignans, get the ashwagandha root, go to my store, make sure you use discount 5 so you get $5 off. Why? Because we have inflation, all right? Save some money. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow my advice and you're gonna be able to slow down the aging process. You're gonna have more vitality and your organ systems are gonna perform better, including your brain function. All righty here. Let's listen into Kerry schools Trump on dealing with Iran. Is this the Kerry that I think it is? Let's see. Oh, yeah, it is. Wow.
Joining me now is
Mr. Hines. He's gonna school Trump on how to deal with Iran. This guy is part of the deep state that kept on kicking the can down the road with failed policies with Iran. He was part of the Obama administration as a Secretary of State.
State, former senator, and former chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and former Democratic presidential nominee. He has quite a resume. John Kerry, also my former boss. It's great to see you.
Yeah, my former boss. Yeah.
Thank you, Jen. It's great to be with you. Thank you.
I'm still waiting for the circle back. You know, the 10,000 times she said that she was going to circle back and tell the press corps what was actually going on with Biden. We're still waiting for that. Lovely.
So you have not said a lot publicly since this war began. It was one of the reasons I was so looking forward to speaking with you and hearing what you had to say. But just 36 hours before this war started, you debated another Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, at a university in Florida. And here's what you said, which you remember, but just for everybody watching. If you push them too hard into a corner, if you drop the bombs before there's a decision to be made, it is entirely possible these folks who are masters of asymmetrical warfare may just say, to hell with them. Tell us what you meant by that.
The bottom line is this. The only way to handle Esau is to kill him. It's not just DrPaulCottrell saying this. It's written down in the Old Testament. You cannot allow the negative Esau to live. Now think about this. The mother of Jacob. Jacob and Esau are twins. Esau is born first, okay? Jacob is more of a herding type person and a scholar, while Esau is a hunter and is animalistic, doesn't want to learn, but he's smart. Esau's smart. While Jacob is intellectual and is more of a pastor, more of a sheep herder type, okay? And there was a blessing that was going to be from their father, Isaac. And the mother decided, you know what? There's something wrong with Esau. Now think about it. The mother kind of knows about the kids. You know, she has this intuition, that gut intelligence. and realizes that if Esau gets the blessing from the father, which is typically given to the elder son, that he will have power to destroy the world. So with the wisdom of the mother, she ended up creating a situation where the son, Jacob, the younger son, the younger twin, gets the blessing to save the world. Now, why is this important? Because if Esau's soul was given the Ten Commandments, if Esau's soul was given the Torah, if Esau's soul root was given the temple, the energy that could come down from the temple, from a Kabbalistic perspective, was too potent for someone that has an animalistic soul, and the world would die. The mother knew this. Generations before it would happen. Now, this little story is literally what we are seeing playing out, where if Esau has power that can destroy the world, they will do it. Now, in the story, Esau eventually repents, and his intellect is allowed to be buried with his parents in the cave. But Benjamin, to allow that to happen though, Benjamin has to chop off the head of Esau. The body cannot be buried with the parents because it's animalistic. So this is what I call the negative Esau and the positive Esau. Negative Esau is the animalistic soul in the body, and the intellect, the head, is what repents and is allowed to be buried with the patriarchs. We are seeing this playing out. The negative soul root of Esau must die. Now, if we fail because of America First bullshit, there will be a curse that comes September 11th, 2026. And what that does is it opens up spiritually a gate where the silencing of Satan cannot take place. Because on Rosh Hashanah, a ram's horn is blown to silence Satan, to allow for a blessing to come down onto the earth. But it so happens on September 11th, 2026. That can't happen because Rosh Hashanah is on the Sabbath. And because it's on the Sabbath, there's a prohibition on being able to blow the shofar. That means Satan has the ability to block the blessing. There's going to be a curse that comes down. And this curse is going to reverberate and propagate through the world. Now, what happens is that this gate doesn't close until the first week, approximately, of October of 2027. So that's talking about September, October, November, December, January. You get that. It's a lot of months. You're talking about a year of pain here. Then there is a reprieve, and then it happens again. We are being judged on what we do here as a world. Are we going to kill the negative Esau or not? If we don't, the whole world will have a curse. Now, it is tied to Israel, the scholars in Israel not doing the ritual slaughtering of the red heifer. The ritual slaughtering called this red heifer is the paraduma. But there's a whole process that has to happen. That has not taken place. And as time goes on, the remaining red heifers are not spiritually clean to be able to be ritually slaughtered and to use the ashes. So God is going to come down and curse Israel and curse its rabbinical scholars and curse the infighting between the non-observant Israelites and the observant Israelites. God is going to come down and curse the Jews and the Muslims for their infighting. And God is going to be coming down and cursing societies because of all their infighting. And each day that was starting to show us in the news and in our own lives, since October 7th of 2023, was a warning. Get your act together. Get your act together. Do the right thing. Make the world a peaceful place. But don't forget that negative Esau has to die. But what happens is that there are people that are willing to kill negative Esau. And they think they're doing the right thing. But they don't realize they're doing the wrong thing and ushering in the curse that's going to be coming. So to stop this curse from coming on September 11th of 2026, and that curse doesn't end until October of 2027, Iran needs to be destroyed. I'm not making this up. This has been written down for a long time. And unfortunately, the scholars in Israel did not slaughter the red heifer to prepare for this process. So everyone in this world is going to be cursed. And no matter how much that you think you're going to prepare for this, you will have an Achilles heel. No one will be unscathed. That's the problem that we have with these technocrats. This problem with Iran is biblical. This is not some sort of geopolitical, energy-only kind of thing. Now you'll have the atheists that say, "Oh, that's just fancy rhetoric from an old time period." No. You can see it playing out. What's the probability of having 5 red heifers during COVID? Where the last time we had red heifers was 2,000 years ago. There were nefarious things happening during the crisis of 2020. And God was saying, if you do the right things, I will help you. The clergy didn't do the right thing. The scholars didn't do the right thing. And now we have the situation that we have today. You think anti-Semitism is going down since October 7th or up? Do you think anti-Islamic feelings are down or up? It's up. The infighting within the whole, God wants everyone to be at peace and in harmony. He wants the Jews to follow the Torah laws and the rabbinical laws, the 613 mitzvahs. He wants the temple to be rebuilt. But he also wants Islam to be fruitful and peaceful. He wants the Christians to be fruitful and peaceful. It's really simple. The Jews have to follow the 613 mitzvahs. That includes the temple, because a lot of those 613 mitzvahs are tied to only if the temple is built. But the Muslims don't want that. But that's because there is an element of Islam that is associated with aspects of Ishmael's soul root, but also Esau's soul root. And the only way for this to play out is for negative Esau to die. Now, you can do it the hard way or you can do it the easy way. We've been told, there's been a hint of it to do the easy way. But as we we approach the warning sign, it's going to get worse and worse and worse for people. So America First pacifism will lead to a curse. Not getting the job done will lead to a curse. But not getting the job done in Iran is just as important as making sure the job is done with the ritual slaughtering of the Paraduma. Now, this sounds a little very crazy, I understand, for people that don't understand the biblical ritual observance that took place thousands of years ago. I understand that. The people don't, their modern society doesn't mesh well with this. But this is part of the reason why your modern society is going to be destroyed. You will mesh with it forcefully, or you will mesh with it easily. It's your choice. But it's going to happen. Now, with the individuals that are not Jewish, the only thing you need to do is certain laws. Some people call them the Noahide laws. There are certain laws that need to be done. Now, within them are basically the core of your religion, the core of Christianity, or the core of Islam. So as long as, though, you can have other laws around the Noahide laws, there's nothing wrong with that. But you're going to be judged based on the Noahide laws. So if the Noahide laws aren't followed by the non-Jews, then there's going to be a problem in the world. Just as much as if the Jews don't follow the 613 commandments. Now think about it. It's harder to follow 613 commandments or mitzvahs, or prohibition / positive mitzvahs. There's positive and negative mitzvahs tied to different parts of the body. That's a lot harder than just following the Noahide laws. So actually, non-Jews, it's easier for you to have a good life. Not so easy for Jews. Now, why that is, no one knows. But the thing is that everybody in the world is failing. Everybody, including the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, the Americans, everybody. The Chinese, the Iranians. And if we don't solve this problem and kill negative Esau, the whole world will have a curse. But what's Kerry going to do? What's Kerry going to tell us? He's part of this intelligentsia, the deep state. Hell, he's skull and bones. He's part of the apparatus that kicked the can down the road.
Well, I meant that there are unforeseen options available to Iran, which they've been able to play enormously effectively. But the most, genuinely, what's missing from this discussion is the reality that this is a war that absolutely, positively did not have to take place. Mm-hmm. And so we're here where we are today, with the global economy threatened, with masses amount of dislocation.
Now this is the point. This is the part that proves my point. Where this curse is going to start to emerge. There's going to be many aspects what we could call plagues. All right, just like in the Old Testament, you're going to have many aspects where things are starting to break down. Lack of food, lack of water. The economy starts to falter. Inability to get supplies because of a global supply chain starting to be disrupted. See, there's going to be an emergent property that's going to start taking place. You know, he's saying, well, the economy is going to falter and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's part of the curse here, if you don't get it done right. But see, these intellectuals, that's part of the paper belt in the United States along the East Coast. They're saying we can't do anything because it may affect the economy. But they don't realize that there's going to be a feedback loop with this complex situation here. There's like a metaphysical feedback loop. All right? And that feedback loop is because of inaction, you will have a poor economy. Watch. Think about it. And people are already sensing it. People are already sensing like something doesn't seem right. People are already having a gut feeling something's not right here. Now, some people are more intuitive. They are more sensitive to this and they can pick it up. Some people are picking up even more than I'm picking it up. But the thing is that it's happening. And the very thing on why he's saying not to do it is the very reason why you need to do it.
Innocents, civilians, so forth. I mean, we're witnessing the results of moving too rapidly without making the diplomatic measures necessary. Now, a number of years ago, when President Obama decided that we were going to try to resolve this problem in a peaceful way, we took 4 years, and we secured an agreement that is the strongest nuclear agreement on the planet, strongest since the 1950s and 60s. We have enormous ability not to truck.
And they still were able to fly underneath the radar and make 60% enrichment of uranium. And the thing is that we were giving money to them. And that money is fungible and help fund Hezbollah and Hamas. All right? Also, during that time period, we weren't out of Iraq and Afghanistan. So that money, that helped to fund terror against our soldiers. You know, there are a lot of soldiers that are coming back. They came back with no legs, no arms, burned faces because of hot money that they gave to the Iranians. No one's talking about that. Why was it that they were able to enrich the uranium higher than what was needed for civilian use? Why did they allow that? Kick the can down the road and a curse will come. This is all before October 7th, all before all the anti-Semitism, all before the anti-Islam. This is all before we start seeing massive waves of Muslims going into Europe and changing the culture. Is Germany German? Is France French? Is Britain British? No, it's not. With our porous border, we probably have sleeper cells now, thanks to Joe Biden. But this agreement that he's talking about was in the middle of the Middle Eastern war that we've had post 9/11. And it's strange how 9/11 keeps on popping up. 9/11, 2026. That's when the gate opens up with the curse. 9/11 was also the date that George Bush went to the UN and said the New World Order. 9/11 happens a lot. And the reason why it happens a lot is that it is a spiral. It's a fib sequence. And all of these events are connected.
But to verify, so the tragedy of a president coming in after the United States did not fully keep its own side of the agreement of lifting all the sanctions, you wound up with now a situation where you have killed the father, killed the wife, killed the brother. The Ayatollah, we are told, the new one is tougher, more conservative, and now the bombing has taken place. And entire Iranian society.
And if you did the job years ago, we wouldn't have this problem. If Carter was more of a get rid of the theocratic regime president, we wouldn't have this problem. This is the very point that I'm making. This is a very point of what was warned. If you're afraid to get the job done, something bad will happen. One is one of those warnings in the Old Testament, maybe in the New Testament too, I don't know. But there's a warning in the Old Testament. The Jews are told by God to do something, and they're afraid to do it, and what happens? Bad things. And those bad things happen not just immediately, those bad things happen generationally. And then they have to repent generationally to try to undo what was supposed to be done. You know, they're told, you need to advance or you need to do these things, and the Jewish people say, no, we're afraid. God kind of tries to coach them a little bit. They resist, and then there is a curse that comes down, for lack of a better term. And what happens is generationally, they go in a different path. And they have to repent and do tshuva, which is a term of like repentance, to get back to the point where you're able to make that decision again. The same thing is happening here. We had the moments in time where we could have done the right thing, but we didn't. And therefore, because we were afraid, because of the Cold War and whatever, but we were afraid, and we now generationally are having this problem. So instead of making the same mistake as what the Jews did in the Old Testament, maybe we should actually get the job done, or we're going to have generational curse.
Have been really put under, extraordinary tension. So, where do you go from here? The Straits of Hormuz are now in the control of Iran, which they weren't in the same way before this started. So we wound up after these
and
weeks
by
of
not, and what was the reason why? See, the deep state's going to say, well, Trump got into the war, and therefore, now they've been emboldened. The Iranians are emboldened to take over the strait and charge a toll. And it's all Trump's fault. No. You're seeing this the wrong way. Because Trump didn't go far enough and destroy them, God is slowly emerging the curse on the whole world. It's not Trump's fault. It's mankind. It's Trump's fault for not getting the job done, not going all the way. But this is in an emergent property that's been happening for decades. His solution was a Band-Aid. Put a Band-Aid on negative Esau. Now, spiritually, why is this trying to get rid of Esau so hard? Why is it? Satan, gets an energy force. Satan cannot live without something evil or something bad as an energy force. But if you get rid of the negative Esau on this plane, then there's good and not evil. And therefore, Satan doesn't have that energy force and starts to shrink. But if Satan can convince people to keep negative Esau alive, then Satan, the parasite, can stay alive. And Satan is like the highest IQ being there is other than God. And the thing is that maybe being isn't the right word, but some spiritual energy or spiritual entity. But it's convincing people not to do the right thing so Satan can stay alive. But this was warned. It goes all the way back to the animalistic soul of Esau in the womb. And when they were born, the mother, whoever it was, Rebecca or I don't know, I don't even know what the mother was, the name of the mother. But the thing is, the mother decided Esau cannot have the blessing because he's crazy. Now, fast forward to 2026. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon because they're fucking crazy. Now, who's going to step up? What nation state's going to step up? What group of people in the world are going to step up and act like the mother, going all the way back to the Old Testament, where they made the right decision and made sure that Esau did not get the blessing?
And we have made the distrust much greater. We've made it much harder to find a way forward. We've complicated the global economy. People, average folks in our country are paying so much more now for goods, and that inflation will continue even if the war ended.
Now think about it. The average person is paying more for goods and services. That's true. The average American's stupid. 80% of them are dumb. 20% actually move the society forward. But most of the Americans that he's talking about aren't following the Noahide laws. Most Americans are not Jewish. Most Americans are Christian. They're not following the Noahide laws. This is part of the reason why the curse is coming for everybody.
So we, by any standard of how you measure good diplomacy, good leadership, leading a nation in a time of war, this administration has been haphazard, sloppy, putting out maybe a 10-point plan. Oh no, there's a 15-point plan. Oh no, nobody can admit exactly what's in either plan. That is not the way you lead the most powerful military on the planet.
I have so many follow-up questions to ask you about. Let me just start with this. I mean, we're at this point. There's a direct line to.
We had a lot of follow-up questions when you were the press secretary, but you never seemed to answer them. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver soaps. You can get it in peppermint and also in lemongrass. Very high quality. Use them every day, and it'll help with your pores, help with the health of your skin, and it neutralizes because it has structural nanosilver. Super important. And also, please go to my store and get the digestive enzyme complex. Digestive enzyme complex will help to break up the proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. That's super important because once you turn about age 40, your pancreas doesn't perform as well as it used to. And you don't want to be a Steve Jobs because you'll be 6 feet under. Now, please go to my store, get the digestive enzyme complex, help the health of your pancreas, and by taking this regularly, you'll be able to absorb your nutrients better, breaks up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. It also has bromelain to help break up clots, and it has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins, which is super important during the crisis that we went through in 2020. It's super important to take during the cold season. It's amazing. I kept on telling people, digestive enzyme complex, might want to take it during the crisis. There's not that many people that have a mug that states that I'm never wrong.
Donald Trump ripping up the JCPOA back in 2018 and where we are today. And now where we are is a ceasefire has fallen apart. And there's a U.S. delegation led by the vice president that's going to be headed to Pakistan to attempt to negotiate, I guess, an off-ramp. But the question I have for you, you've sat across from the Iranians perhaps more than anyone else at the cabinet level. When they go into these negotiations, the Iranians, to your point, are in a much different posture now. They're controlling the strait. They have much more leverage. Is their posture going to be to hell with them, or what do you expect?
I don't think anybody can predict what to expect because there are a lot of variables in what their considerations may be, and I don't want to speculate. I do know that the new foreign minister, Rachi, we got to know him very well. and is a capable individual, very smart, and he will try to find, I think, the best way to find the compromise that works for everybody. We have
Even
to all
Satan?
understand now there will be some kind of compromise.
We're hoping that we're going to find a compromise so we can still have Satan in the world. Thanks, Mr. Skull and Bones.
To be a negotiated settlement. And that compromise is going to have to recognize that Iran believes it lived by the agreement. And so what we wound up with is a situation where they now believe you can't trust the United States. And because President Trump came along and just pulled out of the agreement. And he pulled out of the agreement, Jen, without making a bona fide effort over a period of time to try to change the dynamics. He didn't put ideas on the table, he didn't bring the teams together.
For the ones that are paying attention to the dashboard, you'll see that the future CL, which is the WTI crude contract, that's trading at 99.21, and UCO is now trading at 40.84. If you've been paying attention to me, you would have made some money.
If he had things that he really disagreed with, he had an ability to be able to try to change those. And he always had time to be able to bomb if that's what he ultimately wanted to do, or if that's ultimately what Prime Minister Netanyahu persuaded him to do. The fact is that here you had an ability over a number of years, because of the very stringent components of the agreement that was put together. So I think we're going to have to overcome a massive credibility gap, and we're going to have to resolve the Straits of Hormuz, because I don't see how President Trump or how anybody leaves.
All the United States needs to do, don't be hubris, don't be fearful, and don't care about what the international community thinks. Just do the right thing, and we will get a blessing. But if we fail by being hubris, by being afraid, by listening to the international community, it's not going to be pretty.
Trades to be controlled by Iran, which they were not before we began this war. Ships were passing freely through the international waters in that passage. So here we are, worse off than we were before.
Really?
And
okay, and Iran was funding Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. That was okay, as long as we have ships flowing through the strait. As long as Europe gets their energy, as long as China has their energy, everything's copacetic. Maybe having control of the spigot by the United States is super important against the war effort against China. You ever wonder about that? But if you're a globalist, if you're a transnational capitalist, do you want America to be successful against China? No. You want China to rise. You know, you heard the phrase, the 21st century is going to be owned by China. Well, I got a problem with that. I'm American. I'm America First expansionist, not an America First pacifist.
Have to hope that those negotiations in Pakistan can really produce something. I really do hope, because this is a very dangerous moment.
In addition to, of course, the Iranians and negotiating with them and all of your experience there, you've probably sat across the table from Prime Minister Netanyahu more than almost anyone else out there. And he and Israel are, of course, big factors here. There's been recent reporting, you probably saw in the New York Times, that Netanyahu was taken into the situation where he basically pitched Trump on attacking Iran. Were you ever part of any conversations like that? I know he's made that pitches to past administrations. Were you ever a part of that? And were you surprised that he was able to convince Trump to do this?
Well, I was part of the any number of conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu,
But it's him
conversations that took
pitching
place in other
the
countries.
U.S. to strike Iran.
Yes, he wanted us to strike. He came to President Obama. He made a presentation that asked to strike. President Obama refused. President Biden refused. President Bush refused. The only president who has agreed to this, obviously, is President Trump. And it's really interesting. I read that article.
Yeah, it's really interesting that we have a chance to knock out negative Esau, and we have a bunch of pussy presidents before that are afraid to get the job done. And we wonder why we have such tumultuous times, because we've had leaders that weren't willing to do the right thing. Expediency, some sort of political expediency, some sort of economic expediency. But what that does is it creates the energy and it flips. And so when you don't do the right thing, because you kick the can down the road, it ends up becoming a curse. They were economic expedient. Just don't kick the hornet's nest. Don't push back on Iran. Hell, give them some money so they can make more weapons and fund more terror. No, let's not push back. But what happens is because of that economic expediency, because you're worried, by not getting the job done, it ends up creating more of a negative economic feedback. The result is worse. The magnitude of the problem gets bigger. That is the failure of the paper belt. That is the failure of the intelligentsia of the East Coast. That is why the Washington consensus is failing. Failing. Because they're not willing to get the job done.
Seems like good reporting. And they said that he went around the room and asked everybody their opinions, obviously. Prime Minister Netanyahu made a basically 4-point pitch, saying that they could kill the leadership, they could incite a change of regime, etc. They would destroy the military, etc. Well, they've obviously hurt the military enormously. They have probably some. I mean, most of the Navy is gone. Yeah, our guys are good. And let me be clear about this. Those of us who are opposed to this war starting the way that it did and starting at all, don't have a doubt about the strength of the American military and our capacity to be able to do absolutely remarkable things. And I am in awe of them. But the fact is that there was no imminent threat. There just wasn't an imminent threat. And even the administration...
When do you define imminent? When they launch a nuclear missile at Washington, D.C. or Boston or New York? What about the land of the fruits and nuts in California? What if they decide to blow up, I don't know, L.A., San Francisco? Is that when it's imminent? It's too late then. It's too late. The bottom line is this. There is zero reason to have 60% enrichment of uranium for civilian use. It is only for weapon development. So, Mr. Hines, Kerry, who's a billionaire, because he married into money. A billionaire. He married the Hines family. A billionaire. He's telling you on how it really should be. Skull and bones, billionaire, is going to tell you how it's going to be. Yeah. You still think that you have really recourse with your representative government? He is your government.
Months telling us they have obliterated the entire program. Mm-hmm. So on the one hand, they obliterate the program, and the next hand, they're telling you one day on a Saturday, oh, by the way, there's an imminent nuclear threat. I think everybody can
And there
understand.
were negotiations that were taking place, and the Iranians said, we have enough enrichment for 11 bombs. Well, that kind of scares the shit out of you, doesn't it? I'm telling you, we keep on kicking the can down the road. There's going to be a city in the United States that's going to be radiated.
The meeting was quite remarkable. They went around the table. The prime minister made his offerings about what would happen, and the president said, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. And
why do you think it worked with him? Why do you think it worked with Trump? Now, especially, he's been talking about wanting to strike Iran for a long time.
I really can't speculate. I'm not going to. You know, I mean, a lot of odd things have happened over a period of time. President Trump went to Russia and had a long meeting with President Putin and came out of that meeting and said, Russia says it didn't do it. And literally stepped on the entire intelligence community of the United States. That's a
Well,
first.
you know, 90% of the intelligence by our intelligence community is just faulty. Maybe 10% is good, but 90% they're wrong. Now, they were with JSOC, you know, they were involved in the extraction of the weapons specialist from the F-15E. All right, great. Finally, they did something right. But let's not forget, it was the CIA and the overthrow of the Shah that led to this big problem that we have in Iran. The CIA started this bullshit. Why? Because of oil. Because at the time, we were dependent on the Middle Eastern oil.
For any president of the United States.
How concerned are you about the difference in goals that Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu seem to have in comparison with, to the degree we even have knowledge of what the goals are from the United States, what the United States may be trying to achieve here, and how this war might end?
Well, I think, unfortunately, Jen, and I really mean unfortunately, there seems to be a war plan that's unfolding on an ongoing basis. And it's very, very hard to say where the goal is, where the end point is.
Wait. The war plan was developed in Biden's administration. And as the war progresses, of course, you're going to have to update the war plan. Now, the war plan has a strategic component and a tactical component. The tactical is going to be more updated than the strategic. But this has been in the works for 5 years. Some people would say going all the way back to George Bush Jr. Because if things worked out in Iraq and Afghanistan, it would have been a two-front war against Iran. We would have been able to do a pincer. Now, it would be difficult because of the terrain, you know, but it could have been done. That was kind of like the goal, to slowly go in, contain, and then take out Iran. It didn't work. Big part of that was because of that IUDs that were blowing up in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so our will was diminished. Iran funded those. So let's kind of like look at the whole history of this. Now, again, we screwed up with the CIA with trying to overthrow the Shah because he took over the oil. And we thought we were going to be able to control, you know, some sort of theocratic regime, which, you know, this is the reason why the agencies have a tendency to screw things up in the world. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's like industrial amnesia.
I think nearly impossible to say that, particularly if the things that they want to do are not threatening necessarily to the rest of the world. So, and that negotiation is going to be much tougher now, believe me. It was tough when we began it. when there was great enmity between the sides. Now that there's been this massive bombing and destruction and challenge to their leadership, with everybody there in government knowing someone who's been killed in the course of the last weeks and months, that's going to be harder for them to come back and say, well, we're willing to be charitable with respect to any measure. And so this.
Why don't we take it from a different angle? Maybe God is now pushing the United States in a way where you have to get the job done. Because the United States has a tendency not to do things unless they're forced to do it. You know, America First pacifists.
Serious and I think difficult negotiation to have. Now we have to have it, and we have to find a way forward. And by the way, when you say trust, our motto was not trust but verify. Our motto was don't trust and verify. And that's the way I think our agreement came out. You didn't rely on trust. You relied on our eyes on the prize, our eyes on the uranium, our eyes on the centrifuges, and daily inspections, and the International Atomic Energy Agency certifying to all countries what was happening. It's a very...
But that's all nice and lovely. But the bottom line is this. Why did Iran be able to accumulate over the decades enough enrichment of uranium where they can have a breakout very quickly to build a bomb? They should never have had that much under any president. It's as simple. It's as simple as this. Hopefully Trump is listening. I'm sure he's not, but you know, maybe he listens. Maybe this will get out and he'll, you know, be on Air Force One watching. Trump, listen to me. All you got to do is tell the international community the United States is no way in hell going to allow any enrichment of uranium in Iran. And we're either going to take it forcefully or you're going to give it to us. It's your choice, the countdown. And give it an X amount number of days. You know, you got 3 days to do it. That's what we need. That's getting back to like, you know what? Sometimes you gotta like look at how would Julius Caesar handle this? Sometimes you have to look at how would Machiavelli handle this?
Strong agreement, sadly walked away from, not for substantive reasons, but because President Obama did it.
Obama was a failed president. Absolute failed president. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the magnesium and zinc. This will boost up your immune system and help with brain function. Magnesium is super important for brain function. And there are going to be many people that get early onset of dementia because of their lifestyle choices and because of the aftershock of 2020. So pay attention to me in these broadcasts. Take certain supplements to help boost up that brain function. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, helps to boost up your immune system, and helps with the brain function. You can take them together, and magnesium helps the efficacy of vitamin D3. Now, what is vitamin D3 for you? All right, it's going to help with gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor, so your cells perform properly. It also helps your cardiovascular health, and it will help to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis if they're infected. It'll help with brain. It will help with the brain, and also it will help with the bones. It'll help to build denser bones. So by improving your cardiovascular health, you're getting better blood flow to the brain. That's really important to give your brain the nutrients so those neurons have that positive neuroplasticity. And when you are improving your bone density, you're not going to get osteoporosis. You're going to not get brittle bones. But also, what happens is that you're creating a compound called osteocalcin. And osteocalcin is neuroprotective. Now, there's more research going on exactly all the mechanisms, but higher levels of osteocalcin and denser bone does correlate to healthier brains. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. Now let's listen to General Keane here.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community. They can do your taxes for you and get you every dollar you deserve. Local tax experts are here. Hand off your taxes with confidence.
President Trump is optimistic ahead of peace talks with Iran and Pakistan tomorrow. Vice President Vance set to lead the talks. The new Ayatollah threatening the Strait of Hormuz is a new phase. That's an interesting one. Says our next guest says Iran will try to string us along and sell us a bad deal, but businessman Trump will not let that happen. Let's bring him here. Retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, we're in the ceasefire stage. The president's optimistic. Are you?
Well, the president has information that none of us have. And so there's something that is telling him this looks better than any of the other negotiations that he's been involved in, and certainly what the Iranians did with the Obama administration. So that's got to be a fact. But no, I'm not optimistic about it because this is what the Iranians do. I mean, they are masters at obfuscation and delaying negotiations. What's on the table is everything that they value. Everything from the nuclear to the ballistic missiles to the drones to support for proxies, everything they stand for, they would have to voluntarily give up. It's hard to get your head around the fact that they would actually do that. What they will likely do is make concessions on a number of points that will incentivize us. Oh, this is different. They're willing to make a deal here. Drag this thing out for a number of weeks. And why do they want to drag it out? Well, because they don't want us to go back and reattack. And the longer there is lower oil prices, the lower there's less economic pain, the longer there's less political pressure, it makes it that much tougher in their minds for the administration to go back and finish the job militarily. That, I believe, is really their strategy. And they're very clever at doing this. They're actually better at this than they are at fighting. And the history speaks for itself. And the other thing is, whatever the deal is, Brian, let's say we actually get to something and they're signing papers. Can we really trust these guys going forward?
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
So General, what are options?
So we have to be prepared. Yeah, we got to be prepared. And I know our forces can open up that strait and protect the ships going through it. People are hand-wringing about a drone here and a missile there, and it's not going to take anything to stop it. They don't understand the plan, all right, and the details of the plan. The United States military can secure, define space that's moving through the straits, put an absolute air cap and an air bubble around all of that, and make certain that anything that tries to penetrate it is going to be defeated. My God, we've been protecting our own ships against Iranians who've been firing on them for weeks. We can certainly do this. It's considered to be more limited than that. Admittedly, they have a whole shoreline to fire from, but you think we're actually going to let anybody come close to that shoreline? We'll have Apache helicopters up, surveillance up. We know how to do this.
Right.
It's not that big of a deal.
So
I'm not saying it's not challenging. I'm not saying there isn't some risk associated with it. Risk associated with every.
What he's saying is exactly what I've been saying, but in a different way. Don't be fearful. Don't be hubris. And don't care about what the international community is telling you to do. And just get the job done. And we will be victors in this.
Military operation, but it's quite doable.
So the thing is, General, we could stop the Chinese are allowed to go through there. The Iranian ships are allowed to go through there. They're deciding India and Pakistan ships go through there. Why don't we decide they can't go through there? Why don't we can do this to leave them in charge while charging people extortion is not something that anybody can tolerate.
Well, I always thought that the first option available to us when they shut down the straits, as opposed to, the security option, which involves much more resources, is just that the Iranian ships are coming through, just quarantine them in the Gulf of Oman. And talking to our military guys, it wasn't a big deal. They can do it. They did it off the coast of Venezuela as well. And the other thing we could do, because a lot of those ships would be China, they depend on Persian Gulf oil. I mean, they would be strapped if we did something like that. The president calls Xi and says, look, Iran is forcing us our hand here. This is something I don't want to do, but I got to do it because I got to get the straits open. And that's the reality of it. And you're going to have to pay a price. What I'd like you to do is dial up the Iranians and tell them to knock it off. I'm not telling you to tell them to stop opposing us. I'm just telling you to knock off closing the straits. I think that's a feasible strategy. And if we continue to have problems with them, I think that's the strategy we should exercise first, even before we go to the military option of conducting secure convoys through the straits.
Yeah. It's going to be a big 2 weeks. It's going to be a big weekend. J.D. Vance is in charge, but there's no way they can remain in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. It's even bigger than the Persian Gulf. Go ahead, General. Thanks so much.
One final point. Listen, President Trump is not going to make a bad deal here. As much as he thinks there's a good deal coming, doesn't know for sure until it's on the table and one of the verification process. He knows these guys are liars and cheaters. Listen, nobody has negotiated more with this regime than this president. And this is the only president who's ever taken them on consequentially in terms of military operations, for a fact.
Right.
So he knows what he's dealing with here. And I've got confidence he is not going to make a bad deal here after all the sacrifices that we made going forward here. So my bet is on that outcome for sure. No bad deal, and we may find ourselves having to go back to military operations and finish this once and for all.
Yeah, finally.
In that respect, I actually favor it because then we're not throwing the regime a lifeline financially. Any deal we get into, we got to remove sanctions, freeze billions of dollars of assets. The regime is not going to recover immediately, but they are going to recover with that kind of financial assistance.
General, good point. It's everyone's going to be watching. We can't let it end the way it is right now. General, check.
All right, so we're going to go now, because I'm fair and balanced, we're going to go to the Trump report and how batshit crazy Trump is, right? Because, of course, the liberals are going to, try to find something wrong with Trump. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the omega-3. This will bring down inflammation and help you to control your lipid profile. By bringing down inflammation, bringing down LDL levels, increasing your HDL levels, you're reducing plaque formation. That's super important. Please take my advice. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the omega-3 every day to improve your heart health. My brother died from heart disease. All right? He died young. He died at age 36. Too young. All right? You don't need to be a victim. All right? You can take charge of your health by applying a holistic approach, stacking the supplements the way I'm telling you to, change your lifestyle, and get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. All right, let's listen in a little bit. We're not going to play the whole thing. This guy, this Scott Lucas, he hates Trump. He absolutely hates Trump. Right? There's nothing that Trump can say that's right. Let's play a little bit of this dipshit.
Dude, unfiltered does not mean what you think it does here. Unfiltered means batshit crazy. Okay, this is not a logical approach he's taking. This is not some type of clever diplomacy he's doing. This is not some type of master politics that's going on here. He just simply is shouting.
Now, do you trust Scott Lucas about this? All right, this is the same guy that literally wants negative Esau to stay alive because he's liberal. All right, now let me get this straight here. Trump is a blessed individual. Now, blessings come from God. I suspect that Scott Lucas is not blessed. Nowhere near as much as Trump is. Very few people are blessed like Trump. And who knows why? We'll never know why. All right? Should he have been blessed? I would say no, but he is blessed. Do you want to go against that blessing? Do you want to put your bet against Trump? I mean, look at what this guy went through. So many years, decades. This guy's a fighter. And he fights even better when he is the underdog. Now, Scott Lucas, he knows better because he's an intellectual. Trump's not an intellectual. I'm willing to bet that Trump hasn't read a full book cover to cover in decades. But Trump is blessed. It's better to be lucky than good. Because you can be good and not perform. But if you're lucky, you're performing. All right? Trump's lucky. Trump's blessed. It's not wise to go against that. Yeah, Trump report.
Hello, welcome to the Trump Report. Happy Friday to anyone who is celebrating that. We have so much to discuss today. Of course, this ceasefire, if you want to call it a ceasefire, is still going on, but there has been some challenges as we expected. So my guest today is Professor Scott Lucas from the Clinton Institute, University College Dublin. He's joining me. Just a reminder that you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday on the Trump Report YouTube page. You can stream the daily show as a podcast wherever you get your podcast. You can watch clips of the show on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. So all of that's a bit of housekeeping. So Scott Lucas, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
The pleasure is mine, Maddie. What type of craziness are we dealing with today?
On the Richter scale of crazy, because we're going to start off with this Truth Social post. Trump has gone after some longtime supporters of him who have publicly been calling out the war in Iran. Now, it's not that weird for longtime allies such as Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. They were the ones on his hit list on Thursday. When I say it's not that weird, I mean in terms of what really pro-Trump MAGA supporters want was that they wanted this America First agenda to be the front and focus of Trump's second shot at the presidency. And of course, that's not what they've got. So that's why there's been a lot of criticism against, someone that they have basically tried to get back into the White House. So this is what he said. Now, keep in mind, as you and I have spoken about, there are way bigger issues going on in the world right now, especially in Trump's orbit. So this is what he wrote in a lengthy Truth Social post. He said, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record, they don't know what it takes, they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, aren't invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. It goes on longer, but then he says Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college, he was a broken man when he got fired from Fox. He's never been the same, perhaps he should go see a psychiatrist. Now, I'm not going to, obviously I'm not going to stand up for everything that some of the hosts have done, but just to put it into focus here, having very successful podcasts is a new way of media, and so no one should be looking down on the work they're doing. But Scott, has Trump completely lost it? Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, has gone after him, saying that he's completely mad in the midst of a war. He's hysterically raging against a few people that are criticising his decisions. Especially, this criticism comes from the fact that he threatened to take out an entire civilization. So, where are we at, Scott?
Well, Maddie, we used to have the scale growing up back in the American South.
So we got a Professor Lucas, or Scott Lucas. He's going to tell you how it is because he's so smart.
you have to apply it to your relatives, you know, or at least that guy who was down on the street corner who used to shout at
Now,
passersby.
isn't this interesting? The Clinton Institute, University of the University College of Dublin. I mean, talking about I can't take it anymore. The whole world is going to hell.
I was like frazzled, and you and I have probably been at that frazzled point, right? But then there's loopy, right? And then there's a level that you reach, which is, and you can bleep me if you want to in the edit, batshit crazy, right? And we are now at batshit crazy with the man who has the title of President of the United States. I don't want to be too flippant here because I think you have to connect that tweet up to what's happening. And we also have to note that Donald Trump has rage tweeted ever since he learned what Twitter was. And he's raged at people ever since the 1970s. But we're at the point now where he just is, he does not know where he goes next on certain issues. And when he doesn't know where he wants to go next, he takes on that hyper-bullying demeanor and that tactic that he's had. Go back to the 2016 election where he just makes up childish nicknames for everybody, you know, Lion Ted, Little Marco, you know, Crooked Hillary. And now he just applies it to anyone who's calling him out. What makes this tweet so distinctive, of course, is he's calling out people who are former supporters of his.
He's just being a New Yorker.
You know, Tucker Carlson was a friend of Trump's, and quite often was on the phone with Trump during, you know, Trump 1.0, the first term. But because of Tucker's break with the administration over Israel and the relationship between U.S. and Israel, and then that's going on through Gaza and now Iran, it's driving Trump mad. Trump has had that relationship with Megyn Kelly, who may not be as well known as Tucker to some folks up there, but, you know, the former Fox TV anchor. He insulted her famously in 2016 because she just simply asked him a question during a presidential debate. I will not repeat the insult here. It's foul, it's misogynist. But then she becomes a very big supporter of it. But she too has criticized the Middle East approach. And of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, he just adds on to it. See, the issue question is why now? And I think what's happened here is you could put this in connection with where are we? Okay, Monday night threatened to destroy an entire civilization. That, you know, the next evening. Tuesday night, world peace is broken out. I'm going to negotiate on the basis of Iran's very, very good proposal. Wednesday, I didn't agree to that. That's not the proposal I agreed to. Why is everybody saying that? This is terrible. And then here we go, you know, Thursday's tweet special is, I'm just going to completely lose it because you're going into talks with Iran precisely because the administration is in a defensive position in some respects, which they did not expect. They were supposed to have regime surrender by this point. They were supposed to have gotten the regime to capitulate, give up the nuclear program, give up ballistic missiles, give up their alliances in the Middle East, acknowledge American dominance. Instead, the primary issue now is none of those. The primary issue now is the Strait of Hormuz. And who controls that? It's not Donald Trump, it's Iran. I'm going to add one more thing here before we riff.
So let me get this straight. So Professor Lucas thinks he knows better than General Keane? Because General Keane in the previous video stated that the United States can control the strait militarily. And we're moving troops into the region. Maybe that's what's going to happen. So when he does do this, and there probably will be casualties, but we'll be able to control the strait, then he's going to be proven wrong again. We'll see.
Remember this. What has driven me crazy in the past 48, 72 hours And I will now give you a tip, folks. In my own form of keeping my rules sane, if I'm going to call out Trumpist, that is the only time when I will go on to X. You know, I don't go into that dumpster fire because people get burned. I use, you know, full disclosure, Blue Sky for the type, Mastodon for the type of promoting, the type of topics we're talking about.
Oh, so he goes to the liberal echo chamber.
But I'll go into X and I'll look at what the Trumpists are saying, and the Trumpists have been saying, he's unfiltered. It's an unfiltered style of diplomacy. Look at him. This is great. This is how he was as a businessman, and he just scares people. Dudes, unfiltered does not mean what you think it does here. Unfiltered means batshit crazy. Okay, this is not a logical approach he's taking. This is not some type of clever diplomacy he's doing. This is not some type of master politics that's going on here. He just simply is shouting, and he's shouting and shouting, and he's hoping that someone's going to go, oh my God, I'm scared. Oh, terrible. And I'll just put this to you. Do you think Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene are going to say, because of this tweet, we are so wrong? This war in Iran is a very, very good thing. This is so wonderful what you're doing. Do you think that's what's going to happen? And do you think Americans who may have more...
The only reason why Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, and Candace Owens, and even Joe Rogan are saying the crap that they're saying is because they're playing to their audience. 80% of their audience is stupid. 80% of their audience is lazy. And the reality of the situation is that they are the same types of people. Reason why there's a curse coming. And I've gone into detail on so many videos on what the curse is, how it's going to emerge, why it is, what's the metaphysics. I'm kind of tired of talking about it, but it's so obvious. We'll continue on with this, but please make sure you subscribe to all my channels, because where else are you going to get unvarnished opinions about the bullshit in this world? Make sure that you subscribe to all my channels, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can also follow me on Apple Podcast or Podomatic. You can watch my live streams and listen to my archives on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, underneath broadcast. And please help support the work that I do by being a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack channel. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. Because it's really important for people like myself to push back on people like him, because they're the ones that have been kicking the can down the road. And our world is getting very dangerous. Now, just imagine we don't get the job done. Just imagine that we kick the can further down the road with Trump. What president in the future is actually going to get the job done? Think it's going to be Rubio? I don't think so. Think it's going to be J.D. Vance? I don't think so. What about Gavin Newsom? No. No. What about Whitmore, the governor of Michigan? No. Who's going to get the job done? We're not going to see a president like Trump for the rest of our life. Maybe that's a good thing. But he's in the presidency now and he needs to get the job done. So we shouldn't really care so much about what Megyn Kelly has to say, or Tucker, because they're just playing to their audience, because that's where the cash is. You take away their audience and they're going to change their tune completely. It's a rare bird when a person doesn't change their tune because of a fluctuation of their audience.
Like the cost of gasoline, petrol, like the broader effects on the economy, like the question about whether or not Trump is going to send ground troops in, do you think they're going to turn around and say, we're so sorry for having all of these doubts. We completely trust what you are doing. And as we get through the talks in Islamabad, if they take place this weekend, given the absolute muddle after Trump agreeing to the Iranian conditions and then backing away, it's just going to get even worse over the weekend in terms of the white noise.
And the reality is, Scott, is that every president just has to cop criticism from journalists. This isn't isolated to a Republican president. This is every single president. You don't think Obama, God, Biden copped a lot. He was ousted for it. Every single president knows that you just can't win. And you just have to let it go. That's just the reality. But let's get into where we're in with it when it comes to the ceasefire.
There is definitely more negative bias from the media on Trump than other recent presidents, for sure. Even Biden. The media is going at the media because it's so liberal and is in certain stations like CNN is entwined with the national security state. They're always going against Trump. What president had the lawfare against him or her like Trump? What candidate? No, Hillary didn't get she had some pushback, but the reality of the situation is she got off scot-free for many things that if Trump did, he would never have been elected. So the bias of the liberal media is against Trump. It wasn't against Biden. Now, do you get pushback no matter who's in office by the press corps? Yeah. But the thing is that statistically, it's more often with Trump, even while he was the candidate. Not just when he was president. What it is that people hate him. They hate what he represents. And this is what I'm going to say something very deep here. Not that I have already, but but the thing is that Trump is a baby boomer. Trump represents a generation that subscribed to abortions, promoted atheism, hated the country, especially during the Vietnam era. So the baby boomers as a generation has jacked up our debt because most of that debt that we've accumulated was under the leadership of a baby boomer. They jacked up our debt, and their generation subscribed to postmodernism. It's a selfish generation that when the country asked for them to serve, they didn't. There's something sinister about the generation. Not everybody in the generation, but just in the aggregate. There's a self-centeredness about the generation. And so Trump is emblematic of that generation. He dodged the draft. I voted for Trump, but you know what? Bone spurs? Really, dude? Come on. So Trump represents what people hate about the baby boomers. And the baby boomers that are against Trump, they're seeing themselves in the mirror. Trump is the mirror of themselves. The self-centeredness, the egoism, the materialism, the relativism, the postmodernism. Gen X didn't do that. Gen X is more aligned with the greatest generation. Why? Because there hasn't been a modern generation in modern day since World War II. All right? There's not a generation out there except Gen X that has fought for so long. There's no generation. The baby boomers didn't do it. The millennials didn't do it. Gen X is the one that Gen Xers were in the Gulf War. Gen Xers were in the Middle Eastern wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Some Gen Xers are in this war right now with Iran. You also have millennials that are in this war with Iran. But Gen X is the one that has to pick up the pieces of the baby boomers. And they failed as a generation. And this is the reason why there's so much hate. Because Trump is the baby boomers. And everything bad about them.
Was broken earlier in the week. It hinges on the Strait of Hormuz reopening. But right now it does feel like it's at a standstill. BBC reports that only around 9 ships have crossed since, and usually it's around 128 per day. There are reports that Iran is also charging a toll, which is of course something that they were demanding for when it comes to these negotiations. So Iran has also warned that ships passing through the vital waterway may be hit by anti-ship mines and the main transit routes due to the state of the war. They're obviously really upset about Lebanon, but we'll get into that in a minute. But Trump wrote this in response to this on Truth Social. He wrote 2 posts. He said there are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through Hormuz Strait. They better not be, and if they are, they better stop now. He also said Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. So I wonder how long it is going to take for this ceasefire to fall apart, if you want to call it a ceasefire, and for Trump to start these threats again.
Oh,
it's going to fall apart
this
this
week.
week.
24 hours.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's going to fall apart
because as I mentioned, you know, the ceasefire was already wobbling on Wednesday when the
Now,
White
I
House
suspect that
realized
he
the
won't say this because, you know, he's a professor, Lucas, at the Clinton Institute. Trump needs to buy some time to reload the bays in our frigates and our destroyers because you can't reload the bays with the Tomahawk missiles at sea. They have to be in port. Hello. And it's going to take 2 weeks to do that.
got itself into because it was like, wait a minute, the 10 points that Iran put out, Iran was like, okay, the starting point for these talks will be that we will have a civilian nuclear program. We're not going to give it up entirely. And that's not what the Americans were demanding on February 26th, 2 days before they chose to go to war. They wanted the Iranians to say, we give up the nuclear program entirely. The Iranians are saying, no, we will maintain oversight of the Strait of Hormuz. Whether it's a toll system, whether it's other type of system for transit, we're going to be the ones that are going to supervise it. Well, that's not what, the Trump folks want. They actually want to take control away from them. Or at least when Donald Trump talks about running it alongside the Ayatollah, if you remember that tweet, that the Americans get a share of the money for running it. Then it's what the Iranians don't put on the table, that they have not put ballistic missiles on the table, despite the Americans demanding it, that they are not putting their ties with regional groups on the table, despite the Americans demanding it. And then it's the additional conditions that the Iranians put in there, which is lift all your sanctions, lift all those sanctions. And then and also, as leverage, I think, to get a toll system in the Strait, they're saying, we need compensation for reconstruction for the damage you caused. Now, again, either the White House screwed up badly or Donald Trump just simply only read point 1, which was freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. And he goes, brilliant, freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. I've won. I agree that this is the basis for the talks. Instead of the 15-point U.S. ultimatum that they had put to the Iranians just days earlier. And once he gave up that initiative, it just got all kinds of chaotic in terms of getting it back to what is the agenda going to be for these talks. But then you have other layers, if you will, as well. The second layer is who's going to be in charge, who's going to be handling the talks, right? Now, you and I normally have fun because real estate developer Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, and yeah, the boys are back in town. And after meeting, by the way, Vladimir Putin's top advisor, Kirill Dmitriev, today, because somehow that's going to solve Russia's invasion on Ukraine to talk to the Kremlin again. They're going to go off to Pakistan. But this time, new figure comes into play, Vice President J.D. Vance. Well, J.D. Vance didn't want this war.
Right.
You know, J.D. was
He's
opposed to it. His people made sure that they let the press know he was opposed to it. Even as the...
And this is the reason why I'm not a big fan of JD. Why? Because political expedience. Not willing to do the right thing. It's all about him.
Days of the war. Now JD, whose priority, as we've seen in Hungary this week, is having hard right allies in power across Europe and undermining the EU. Now JD goes to Pakistan, right? So what's his play here? What's his play and how he conducts himself in the talks? But now you want the real complication. Trump apparently free of the Strait of Hormuz. Brilliant, I agree. And he didn't tell Netanyahu. He didn't consult Bibi. And like the Israelis are going, WTF, dude, we're supposed to be trying to get rid of these guys and you're going to go talk to them. And so they then decide, and this is where it gets serious, they decide on Wednesday, okay, the ceasefire doesn't apply to us when it comes to Lebanon. And then they kick hell. You know, they killed 254 people in 24 hours. And not just southern Lebanon where they're trying to establish the occupation zone. They go into the southern suburbs of Beirut and they just level buildings. And so, you know, now
I want to interrupt. I want to stay on that point. The ceasefire, the tension, it really does seem to be related to the fact that Iran believes that Lebanon was included in this agreement and the United States and Israel say it wasn't, as you're saying. So in Israel, these attacks on Hezbollah on Wednesday alone, as you mentioned, 250 people killed in just 24 hours. So Iran is explicitly warning that it will abandon these ceasefire talks if Israeli strikes on Lebanon continue. So I wonder, just to emphasize your point, does any shot of ending this war diplomatically, even just to give us some relief in fighting to negotiate the end of this thing, really hang in the balance because Israel will likely refuse?
The situations are connected. And I think you think about the way that this plays out. And again, we had an interesting tip-off on Wednesday and Thursday because the Iranians let it be known, probably backed via the Pakistanis or possibly in messages between the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, who has been in, with messages with Steve Witkoff. They said, look, you keep this up. If Israel keeps knocking hell out of Lebanon, because they were in the agreement. And I can tell you they were in the agreement because the Pakistani prime minister, when he tweeted it on Tuesday night, said, we have an agreement for a ceasefire, which includes Lebanon. It's there, right? So when Israel, effectively says we're not going to abide by it, Iran says, okay, we're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and we're not even going to discuss it with you. And then, as a result of that, Donald Trump has said that he called Netanyahu and told Netanyahu to ease off a bit. Now, the Israelis have not ended their attacks entirely. And the head of the Israeli Defense Forces said today, we're going to continue to try to wipe out Hezbollah. So, this isn't going to completely remove this. But I think it does present the Americans with a choice, or at least the Trump camp. And that is, if they are serious about trying to get an agreement with the Iranians, including over the Strait, they have got to put some pressure on the Israelis. Now, where I think this lands, and this is going to be, we saw it with Gaza. The landing point in Gaza was ceasefire, right? But Israel occupies 53% of Gaza for the foreseeable future. I think in this case, Israel has forcibly evacuated 15% of Lebanon, up to 30 kilometers into Lebanon from the border. And I think the Israeli landing point is they get that territory. They occupy that territory. And guess who will sweep in to arrange the ceasefire? Da-da-da-da. Real estate developer Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will come in and you'll get a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. And in fact, in the last 24 hours, the announcement has been made that the first talks between Israel and Lebanon will be next week in the United States, right? Will the Iranians accept that? Possibly. Will the Israelis accept it? Probably. That's part of Greater Israel. And then will the Lebanese accept it? Ain't got no choice. Like, we're going to carve up your country, and then everybody can say, okay.
Yeah, but the reality of the situation is that there is in the Old Testament, if this is going to come to fruition, in the Old Testament, there is a land mass that is going to be Israel. Now, there's a debate with the scholars, where the boundaries are. There is, maybe lesser Israel versus greater Israel, and the greater Israel is actually not what is promised. But some scholars would say otherwise. I don't know the details about the borders to say for sure, but current Israel is going to grow, for sure. It's going to go into the Sinai Peninsula. It's going to go into Jordan, into Iraq, parts of Jordan, parts of Lebanon, and parts of Syria. It's going to happen. If we believe that this is a biblical thing and that's metaphysical, then this is going to happen. Now, how it happens, we don't know. We may see the fall of Israel before it happens. We may see Israel be victorious. But all these experts like Scott Ritter and Professor Lucas and all these people, they got it wrong. They kept on saying that Israel was going to be decimated in Gaza. Gaza's a parking lot now. They said that Hezbollah was going to level Israel and Tel Aviv. Didn't happen. So it goes back to, do you want to go against Trump? Because he's blessed. You know what? The Israelis right now are being blessed. It doesn't mean that they deserve the blessing. It doesn't mean that they'll continue having the blessing. But the thing is do you want to go against a group of people that have been demonized throughout many, many generations, throughout the centuries, had literally thousands of years, all right? Rightly or wrongly, but survived, all right? So I think the paper pushers, the technocrats, the ones that are, quote, the experts, they've gotten it all wrong. Repeatedly. Mearsheimer keeps on getting Israel wrong. This is probably going to play out for our betterment for the whole world. But that means that Esau has to die. So I don't understand why these intellectuals love Esau so much. Why? Well, that's just my take. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, neutralize, also help with the gum line, improve the health of the gum line, and reduce inflammation. And with good oral hygiene, you're helping with your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. I also have structural nano silver gels in a tube form or a quick dispenser form. You use them the same way. They're dual purpose. You can apply it on your skin daily to improve your skin. You can apply it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn to help heal it quicker. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season or someone around you is not feeling well, you can put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It'll stay active for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Pearl. And that's the reason why having this is super important, especially during the cold season. And lastly, please go to my store and get the probiotics. You can get the VeggiCap version or the powdered probiotic. I take the powdered probiotic. But take either one, and by taking a good probiotic, you're improving your gut biome. And by improving your gut biome, you're improving your skin. You're improving your metabolism. You're improving the concentration, your IgA antibody in your gut. So your immune system at the gut level is going to improve. You're going to reduce leaky gut syndrome. That's really important because you're reducing the chances of having allergies. A lot of people don't realize many allergies, food allergies, are because of poor gut health. In addition, you're improving the communication between your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to detoxify your central nervous system when you're in 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep. You're going to be able to consolidate memory. And to be well rested, you're going to be able to improve the dendritic connections. So good gut health actually improves your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the veggie cap version or the powder version. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right, let's continue with Professor Lucas, who knows so much about Trump, and Trump's always wrong, but yet Trump literally is the reflection of the baby boomers. And this is why so many people hate him. Because the baby boom generation, many of them destroyed God, destroyed country, and destroyed family. And the term yuppie, that came from the baby boomers. They're materialistic and self-centered. Not all of them, but the generation as a whole.
Back now, and Don can go back to the golden gavel and say, I'm president of the Board of Peace again, as he was doing in mid-February, just before he went to war.
According to Mark Rutte, Trump is still demanding that NATO send their warships to the Strait of Hormuz to help secure it, despite the fact that this ceasefire is meant to be in place. And the reason why there's a ceasefire is because Iran said that would open the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, obviously still conflicting narratives here. And Mark Rutte really framed it as an ultimatum from Donald Trump. But I wonder, by Donald Trump still demanding that NATO send their warships, is that him kind of admitting that he's nervous that they can't handle the situation on their own, that this ceasefire and these demands will not stay in place?
That's been the key to Trump for weeks. That's how we got here. You know, if you walk this back, the Americans, the Trump folks did not plan for Iran's retaliation, including on the Gulf states. And the Trump folks thought regime's going to collapse, so they
did not plan for it. This plan was for 5 years. Big part of those 5 years were under the Biden administration. And you're telling me the Pentagon, who gets, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all they do, you have sections of the Pentagon, all they do is war plan. And none of the plans, none of the contingencies had some sort of firefight or some sort of retaliation on the GCC countries. Bullshit, dude. Wake up. Come on. Think about, what about CSIS? When they did the simulation on what would happen if we went to war over Taiwan, what would be the results? That was just Taiwan, and that was CSIS, all right? A think tank, basically. That's tied to the Pentagon. I mean, they've worked with them, all right? You're telling me people at the CFR, the Council of Foreign Relations, CSIS, the Pentagon, none of them in this war plan thought of this? This guy is living in a dream world.
Aim out. What happens if Iran takes the Strait of Hormuz? And so Trump starts panicking weeks ago. And that, what happens when a bullet?
Maybe the plan is that disrupt the oil supply where China is weak. Now, why is it that we went into Venezuela first before we went into Iran? They're connected because our refineries needed the heavy crude, the viscosity, the heavy crude from Venezuela. We need that in our refineries for PAD 3 and PAD 2. Plus, some of that went to China, so we were stopping that flow. But where does China get their oil? Russia and Iran, the Middle East. Well, if we set the world on fire, then Asia is going to be more dependent on Russia and the United States for oil. So there's a realignment that's taking place. See, the New World Order on September 11th that George Bush Sr. stated in the UN, that was a Russia that's weak and a superpower, the United States, the head of all other nations. But what's happening is a reconfiguration of the quote New World Order, and it's going to be a bipolar world where it's going to be Russia and the United States, not China. And it's going to slowly weaken China. Now, if I'm right, and I'm not the only one that sees this, it's also the individual that has a channel called Predictive History, the professor. This concept is reconfiguring the world order. All right, so that means that if we're right, if predictive history is right and I'm right, then there's going to be fluctuations in the economy, fluctuations in the energy markets, where if you can be in the same pulse of that fluctuation, you can make lots of money. So instead of being a victim, instead of pontificating Professor Lucas, what people really need to know is how does the information that's coming out, how can people align themselves to benefit from it so you're not a victim?
And he shouts even louder. Maybe I'm not going to get my way on this playground. And that's why he creates all the noise about NATO sucks, the UK sucks, Keir Starmer sucks, French sucks, everybody sucks. Why aren't you helping me? Well,
NATO does suck.
Because you're insulting us, dude. But the NATO position, the position of NATO countries has been clear. In fact, the position of every country except the UAE, who did say they might help, has been clear, and that is, we will send ships to help move traffic through the strait when there is de-escalation, ceasefire. We are not going to send our navies into a war zone where people are still firing on each other and they're laying mines, because that makes our people.
Now, from a metaphysical perspective, what did I say? The countries that aren't fearful, hubris, and don't focus on the edicts of the international community will be blessed later down the road on this. Everyone's going to get cursed, but there's going to be a blessing at the end with the ones that did the right thing. All right? So as long as the United States don't have hubris, which I'm a little concerned about because the United States does have a tendency to be hubris, don't be fearful. That means don't let the intelligentsia tell you not to do something. Don't have America First pacifism dictate policy. Don't concern yourself so much with the international community, because the international community allowed this to fester and become worse. As long as we do that as a nation, as long as Trump does that, he will prevail. We as a country will prevail. Dude. God, this guy's so annoying.
Targets. That's a pretty sensible position to make. And it was really interesting yesterday that as Trump was shouting yet again about the straits, and as he was trashing NATO, and Mark Rutte just shines Trump. That's his decision. He's not going to cross Trump in any way. Where's Keir Starmer yesterday? Keir Starmer's in the Gulf, right? Because The Gulf states are ticked off with Trump for getting them in the firing line with the Iranians. And then the Saudis and UAE are ticked off with Trump for not finishing the job with the regime. The Europeans know this. And so the Europeans are now going to try to work with the Gulf states, which is, okay, what are we going to do with the Strait of Hormuz? What is going to be a sensible arrangement? And that's for a couple of reasons. One is you need security through there. But secondly, the Iranians now are in such a strong position, they're saying, okay, we can charge a toll. Now, there hasn't been a toll on passage through the Strait of Hormuz before. This is an additional charge on the Gulf states, for example, to move their oil. It will be an additional charge, for example, on European countries, whether they move their own oil or whether they have to buy oil that's being moved through the Strait. So you've got the Gulf states and the EU coming out and saying, we oppose this toll system, right? Who got you in this mess in the first place? Trump did. So there's a realignment going on here because of the Strait, which is interesting. And Trump is not in charge. Trump is in a weak position right now, and he doesn't know how to get back to a position where he can set the terms.
Do you think he knows his next steps when it comes to exiting out of this war? We know he wants to exit out. We don't know whether he can do that with achieving some of these original objectives, because of course, as you've spoken about and I've spoken about at great lengths, you know, the issue right now is the Strait of Hormuz, but that was never meant to be the issue, according to Trump. The issue and the objectives were, you know, regime change, eradicating any nuclear capabilities. God, I can't even think about the rest of them. There were other objectives that we've kind of put by the wayside while we focus on the Strait of Hormuz. So even regardless of what happens with the Strait, I wonder if he knows how to exit out of this right now.
I think it's more important to ask if there are others in the Trump administration who know the exit. I think Trump is just absolutely, it's not just the fact that he's just raging. He's raging without any sense of where he is going with the rage. As we mentioned earlier, you know, Vance now, who had stayed detached from this for 6 weeks because he didn't want the war, now he's very much part of this. If he goes in and he leads those negotiations, all right? Now, where are you negotiating for? The very fact that you're negotiating with the regime means that regime change is off the table. I don't think the Americans ever wanted regime change. I think the Israelis did. But it also means it's more difficult to get regime surrender, because what the Americans wanted to do was to get the regime to accept their ultimatum. Hasn't happened. So if you don't get regime surrender, what are you going to get? You're going to have to get at the best what you might call regime accommodation. And that is that the regime will meet you on some of your conditions. As we said, the first thing that they're going to want is an accommodation of the Strait, right? But how do they get to that? How much do they have to concede to get to that? That's a key thing, you know. And again, how does Vance see that? How does Rubio at State see that? How do the military see this all playing out? Then you have the question of, all right, how much do you have to concede over Iran's nuclear program? Because if you want the best irony out of all of this, or not best, just greatest irony, nothing is best here. The possible landing point here is, okay, Iran says, we're not going to give up our civilian nuclear program. We're very proud of this. It's a marker of our science, our technology. We're not going to get rid of it. And the Americans say, okay, but you can't have a nuclear weapon. And the Iranians say, we will promise not to go for a nuclear weapon. And then they say, all right, what's the percentage that you have? What, in other words, 90% plus uranium, which the Iranians don't have. That's military grade. So you don't want them to get there. Iran does have 60% uranium. So you say, okay, you get rid of that. You stop that. You send that abroad. Maybe even you get rid of your 20% uranium. So you enrich only up to 3.67%. And maybe Iran accepts that because they still have a civilian nuclear program. And you know why I think they might accept that? What do you think the 2015 nuclear agreement was about? It was about Iran limiting its uranium enrichment to 3.67% and sending its highly enriched uranium outside the country. Who ripped up that agreement? Yeah, we know. Donald Trump. So you got those steps, Maddie, that you get there. But the risk here is, beyond the Israelis in Lebanon, because that's, you know, the Israelis, in a sense, unless you can bring them in, you still have that out there. The risk here is that Donald Trump or certain advisors, where's Pop Gun Pete Hegseth right now, right? Simply say, we don't want to talk anymore. We're going in with the ground troops. That's the question. You know, that's the ground troops. Now, as far as I know, those amphibious assault ships are in region. They brought those Marines in. As far as I know, those 1,000 paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne are still on notice. They were deployed there. Trump backed away, or people in the Trump administration backed away from using them last Tuesday when they gave in and chose talks instead. Could they go the other option of military action? And then there's the limbo option, which is, oh, we won't talk, we'll just bomb some more stuff. But the problem with bombing some more stuff is now twofold. First of all, oil energy stock markets are going to yo-yo yet again. The Iranians will tighten control of the strait even more, but also, you said you were going to talk to the Iranians, then you went back to bombing them. Who looks like the bad guy in that situation?
Let's move on to a really bizarre thing that happened on Thursday. First Lady Melania Trump, she issued a surprise video address where she categorically denied any links, admitting only one meeting.
That whole news announcement last night about Melania was very odd. You know, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. This is dual purpose. It's going to help to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation, helps you to control your lipid profile. That's super important, all right? Super important. Not enough people are taking care of their immune system, and not enough people are taking care of their cardiovascular health. There's too many people in the United States that has cardiovascular disease, and it's really important to take charge of your life so you don't go down the road of having further problems, all right? So please pay attention. And resveratrol. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression, helps to get cells to go into apoptosis if they're in senescence. And resveratrol will soak up free radicals, and by soaking up free radicals, you're helping the health of your mitochondria. So you're going to have more ATP, you're going to have more energy. Resveratrol also helps the basal layer for your skin, so your skin has a youthful appearance. It stacks well with C60. So you stack the C60 with the resveratrol, you're going to improve that basal layer, so the new skin cells that are being produced will be healthier. And over time, you're going to notice that your skin is healthier. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol, take it every day, stack it with the C60, that's a great stack. But also, cardiovascular health and fitness is really important. There are too many people in the United States that have diabetes and have cardiovascular disease. And by changing lifestyle can radically diminish the problem in the United States. We don't need more money for healthcare. What we really need is people to look in the mirror and say, part of the problem is our lifestyle choices. And if we pick the right path, we can actually reduce our healthcare costs. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's listen in on this whole Melania issue.
Email contact to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, framing the entire narrative as politically driven defamation, while actually also pivoting to the importance that victims have these congressional hearings and that we do learn the truth about what their stories are and the fact that Congress should keep investigating this. But so bizarre. Where did this come from? No one was given a heads up. It was very bizarre timing as well. Now, kind of got even weirder when MSN Now host Jacqueline Alamy, I think that's how you say her name, she tweeted saying, I think
my take on what Melania did yesterday was she threw it into the court, into the political court, no pun intended, into the congressional decision to, well, maybe you should subpoena some of these victims if they're willing to speak. publicly about what happened. But the big takeaway, I think, from what Melania was saying is that it's not about Epstein and Maxwell. It's a bigger circle. There was enablers that are tied to this. And that's what she's flushing out. But, you know, the America First, all they care about is Epstein. The Epstein files. Literally, their life is on a pendulum swing, like Edgar Allan Poe's poem, all right? Because of energy going up and down. And that if we start having problems in the economy, people may get laid off. So what's really happening in the Middle East is far more important than the Epstein files for individuals' personal lives. But why is it that so many people are so obsessed with the Epstein files? Voyeurism. Voyeurism. That's what it is. And so when we start thinking about the world curse, guess what? People's mentality and what they're really focused on are on the wrong things. Now there's trafficking and we need agencies to go after these people that are trafficking people, for sure, 100%. But the obsession that we have in society about the Epstein files, when literally the price of oil is going to affect your life far more than anything in the Epstein files. This is the problem. This is the problem with society. It's like everything is a TV show.
With President Trump, who said that he didn't know anything about FLOTUS's statement prior to her on-camera appearance, but that he was in a meeting about the war and couldn't speak further. She didn't know him, he added before hanging up, referring to Epstein. Now, so Melania Trump does a surprise and very rare address from the White House, denying any links to Jeffrey Epstein, completely out of the blue as the world has been distracted by the Iran war. Donald Trump's not even given the heads up by his wife, the First Lady, or her team. Is this the most bizarre thing you ever heard, Scott?
Oh, no, come on. Look.
Yeah, sorry.
You and I have discussed so much bizarre stuff in the Trump administration. You know, if we were in normal town, maybe it'd be the most bizarre thing, but not, we're in crazy town. But as always with the Trump folks, all right, cut through the white noise, cut through the spectacle. What the heck went on here? So, first of all, it was known Melania was going to make a statement because people were chattering about it well before she appeared yesterday. A lot of Trump supporters were getting very excited about it. I was seeing on social media. Melania's spokeswoman said, and actually put it out there, yes, Melania is going to give this statement, right? So it was known. And she said, yes, President Trump does know that he's going to give it. Now, she later said, we didn't tell Donald what the content was going to be, right? So maybe you could say Donald's denial holds up because he didn't know what exactly she was going to say. But everybody knew she was going to come out there. But the question was what she was going to say and why. So that's where I think it gets interesting in terms of analyzing it. Because she's distancing herself from Epstein. Had nothing to do, no involvement in the crimes, no involvement, in fact, in inappropriate activity. And as she has repeatedly said, and she has actually won apologies and retractions for this, look, I was not groomed by Jeffrey Epstein. I was not, basically presented to Jeffrey Epstein to be one of the women involved with him. Her story has always been that she met Donald Trump in 1998 through a modeling agent, Italian modeling agent, and that when she and Trump were courting, to use the old-fashioned term, they meet Jeffrey Epstein and Joanne Maxwell in 2000. And that's the photograph, which I'm sure viewers will know of the four of them at a party in New York in February of that year. And I think there's no reason to doubt that account. I've seen the conspiracy theories, there's no reason to doubt it. But it's like, well, if there's no reason to doubt that, why are you coming up here yesterday? And I think the tell, I can't prove it, but I think the tell was that email exchange with Joanne Maxwell, because that only just came out and this was in 2002. And Melania is saying to, and I'll paraphrase here, she's saying, "Dear G, J.E. Epstein looked good on the cover of New York Magazine. Oh, you're going to Palm Beach. Maybe I can see you there, etc." It's a very friendly email, right? And she
Yeah,
signs off on
but
it.
the thing is that when you take a look at a situation, you also have to compare it to other situations to see if it's similar. Now, what Melania basically said was that this was, just being nice. Well, maybe Melania, that's the way she writes. It would be nice to see how she writes to other people. All right. But maybe that's just how she writes. We don't know. So how can we assume, here again, 80% of the people in the United States are stupid. Why is it that we can assume that there was some sort of impropriety that's going on here because of the way she wrote to Maxwell? We don't know how she writes. Did we take a sample? Did we do a random sampling of 100 different letters that Melania did and compare them to see if it's really statistically different? No. Here again, Americans are stupid. 80% of Americans are dumb. 20% are the ones that actually make the society move.
And Maxwell replies back to Sweet Pea, calls her Sweet Pea, right? And so it's like, Melania's explanation yesterday was, oh, this was just a courtesy email. Courtesy, because no, it's not. That's like the friendliest courtesy email. I've never gotten anyone calling me Sweet Pea, when like they were sitting in and trying to say, okay, fine.
I suspect that the way women write to each other is a little bit more flowery than the way guys email guys, all right? I think women, when they communicate, it's just different. But we don't know. So because we don't know, we can't assume. It's that simple. And so I think that the lady is fed up with the bullshit that's out there, and that Congress needs to do their job and actually investigate instead of just going, just release the files, just release the files. Congress can call people up. Congress can investigate. They can do hearings about this. Why don't they? Oh, I'm willing to bet there are congressmen involved in this. They're trying to sweep this under the rug. And it's hard to believe that Maxwell and Epstein were the two sole individuals that were trafficking these women. And wait a minute here. By investigating the women that are, quote, victims, they were paid. Were they there on their own volition? Well, wait a minute here. This sounds like more of a brothel. So, you got to look at, like, what's going on here? Were they trafficked into some sort of sex ring where that they didn't want to be a part of? Or was it that they wanted to be a part of it? Well, from a philosophical point of view here, that's totally different. Maybe not legally, I don't know, but from a ethical point of view, that's a different situation here. What's going on? What really is going on? How do we define what a victim is? Who are the real victims versus who are just the paid whores?
Nice, now go away. So I think she's trying specifically to kind of push that back, but then it gets, I think, really interesting where she breaks from the White House and therefore breaks from Donald on a specific, which is that the survivors, Epstein survivors, Congress should hear from them. They should testify.
Yeah, no.
Now
the
White House
survivors is probably the right term. The survivor is probably the right term. Because within that survivor, you have you have victims and you have people that were wanting to participate. And I think this is a very important distinction here. And who were the handlers? It is impossible that Maxwell and Epstein did it alone. Impossible.
Yes, you know that. We can remember back in February where former Attorney General Pam Bondi wouldn't even look at the survivors when she was testifying to them. Now, Melania's saying, let's get the survivors up there. Now, part of that probably is PR. Melania gets the high ground. Instead of being like, possibly involved with Epstein, she's calling for transparency on this. But it puts blue water between her and Trump, right? I can't say that Melania knows that more documents are going to come out, that she knows of anything specific, but there is the possibility that more documents will come out. And there is the very good possibility that if the US-Iran-Israel war recedes, if we do get a ceasefire, guess which item's going to rise back up that news agenda? Because people are going to want to be reading something. It's going to be Epstein.
That's right.
I think Melania basically said, I'm looking after number one here, and it ain't the guy that I married. It's me.
Well, I mean, a lot of the commentary online is saying, does Melania know something? Is something about to drop? Has she seen something that we haven't? That kind of rhetoric.
I'm going to just stop playing this bullshit. But the thing is that people created whole channels about this crap. About the Epstein files and following it. Like it's like who shot JFK or who shot JR. They build a whole damn community on it. Meanwhile, actually, the price of oil is going to affect you more than the Epstein files. I don't know. I just can't take it anymore. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex. Why? Because this is going to rev up your cellular metabolism. It's going to boost up your energy levels because the first 4 B vitamins will help with the electron transport chain within your mitochondria to produce more ATP. You're going to have more energy, so your cells and your tissues and your organ systems will perform better. Vitamin B12 also protects neurons. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you want to get healthy, you want to protect those neurons and rev up your cellular metabolism so you're not fat. Get the vitamin B complex. As you get older, it's harder to build muscle, your cellular metabolism goes down, your energy levels go down. You can reverse that. But if you wait too long, you're just going to be just a schlub that's just not moving around. You're just fat on the couch. All right, Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle. When you get older, your genes start to methylate. When they start to methylate, guess what? They don't express as much. Sometimes they're completely shut down. That's what we call aging. All right? You want to slow down aging? Slow down the methylization of your genes. Now, what Myotrol does is it'll help with the gene expression because it has the polyphenols, the flavonoids, and the lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age, male or female, you can't build muscle and maintain muscle as easily compared to when you were younger because of this methylization. Well, guess what? Myotrol will reverse that. Myotrol is going to help you build muscle and maintain it. And it helps the health of your mitochondria, so you have the energy to maintain it. And when you have more muscle, guess what? You actually are improving your cardiovascular health. So you're doing some resistance training, you're building muscle. Let's say you're building muscles in your calf or your legs. Building calf muscles is actually going to help to have venous return flow to your heart. So you're actually improving your heart function. A lot of people don't know that. By improving your back muscles, you're going to improve your posture. You're also, by doing some resistance training and getting better back muscles, you're reducing the chance of osteoporosis in your vertebrae. And with better posture, you have better venous return flow to your heart. With better posture, you're going to have better lymphatic flow. So your immune system is going to be better. Wait, DrPaulCottrell, you're saying that if you build muscle and you improve your back muscles, that you're going to improve your immune system? Yeah. Guess what? If you start building muscle and maintaining that muscle, you're going to be making myokines. And myokines in your bloodstream are actually neuroprotective. So when you have more muscle, you're actually improving your brain function. So it behooves you to pay attention to me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol. Alrighty. Let's see what else is going on here. Shocking outlook for China's economy revealed.
2 Chinese oil tankers are waiting near the Strait of Hormuz. Gordon Chang joins me now. He's a China expert. He's with me here in New York. As I understand it, the Iranians are demanding Chinese currency, the RMB, in payment for these tolls and for the oil. What's the significance of them demanding Chinese currency?
Well, it shows that clearly Iran's working with China. China, of course, forced Iran to do this. And also about a week ago, Iran said it would not allow any cargoes through the Strait of Hormuz that were not paid for in renminbi. So there's 2 things. It's the paying for
and
the
this
cargo.
is why, pay attention, this is why it's so important that the United States has control of the oil in that region, or that place is totally decimated, because it's our way to check China. And what's happening in the Middle East is far more important than the Epstein files. Because what is happening here is literally the slow walk of World War III.
Toll in Chinese currency.
But we don't care, do we? I mean, it's an attack on the dollar, but a very small attack. And what we really want is for the oil to get through anyway, don't care where it goes.
Yes, we want the oil to get through, but it is an important attack on the dollar because it's an attack on the petrodollar. And if the Chinese can get the Gulf states to take renminbi or something else, that is a real assault on us. Plus, the other thing, of course, is that if we've had a consistent foreign policy over 250 years, it's been the defense of the global commons. What Iran is doing right now is closing off a critical waterway. If they get away with it, other countries will do the same. China is trying to close off the East China Sea at this moment with their 40-day closure. So this could be a change in the global architecture from an open one to a closed one.
What role does China play in opening the strait? Any role at all?
Well, it is...
Other than paying the money to get their oil out?
Well, of course, they've been supporting Iran across the board, except for soldiers, sailors, and pilots, but everything else. So it's keeping Iran in the war. The other thing, of course, it did play a small mediating role in the ceasefire. And I think that they probably did push it over the line because they were pushing on an open door that had been really opened by Pakistan and others. But the point is, China wanted to show that it was a mediator, show power, because President Trump is scheduled to go to the Chinese capital May 14th. And so they want goodwill because the Chinese want a lot of other stuff.
You think he goes? You're not sure?
I'm not sure. And the reason is...
You don't think he should go, do you?
I don't think he should go for a lot of reasons. You don't go to the capital of an enemy combatant, especially in the middle of a war. Also, you know, we had this idea that if we talk to the Chinese, we can come to some accommodation. Well, we've had this idea for more than 2 decades, basically since the end of the Cold War, even before the Cold War ended. And it has only put us into this precarious situation. So we got to try something new, which is to say something new might not work, but at least it has a chance of working. Because what we've been doing up to now has just been driving us deeper into the hole.
We do deals with China, but they don't live up to their obligations, do they?
No, they certainly
Consistently don't.
I mean, fentanyl, you know, we just had our drug czar, Senator Carter. This is the 4th time Xi Jinping has made a promise to an American president to stop the flow of fentanyl. And this is 4 times that they have dishonored that promise. Once to Obama in 2016, once to Biden in 2023, and twice to Trump, 2018 and 2025. So why are we talking to these guys? You know, they dishonor everything they say. We need to start imposing costs, and we need to have a really different view of China, because if we don't, we're in for some really hard times.
Are they hurting?
Yes, they are.
How about they?
Because of the oil shock, diesel prices were up 13.5% in the first days after the attack. Diesel is very important for the Chinese economy, but there's something more important, and that is Xi Jinping now has only one path for economic growth. That's to export more. That means if the world is turbulent, and the Chinese have been creating a lot of turbulence recently, but if the world gets more turbulent, it means deglobalization, it means less trade, it means the Chinese economy has no hope of growing.
Gordon Chair, you know what you're talking about. We appreciate it. Thank you very much, Gordon.
Thanks, Stuart.
All right, let's go to Bloomberg. Let's listen to how Jeannie from the Harvard Kennedy School is going to tell you how the world is.
International economy in a stranglehold. That's quite a card to play. So that I'm trying to get over that. Yeah, it is possible. And the reason it's possible is because the United States under Donald Trump has been desperate to get Iran to the negotiating table. We are the ones who approached Iran. We are the ones who asked them to put forward this peace plan, or this ceasefire plan, if you will. It is the president who said that Iran's 10-point plan was something that we could work with as a basis for negotiating. And everybody should read that 10-point plan, because if the president of the United States said that's a basis for negotiating a settlement on this thing, Iran is going to win big time in this. Iran knows, unlike what the president said on Truth Social, that it is holding enormous cards, many more than it was holding 30 days or 40 days ago when he started this thing. And so that is why they feel fine to get out over their skis again and say, you know, in addition to all of this, we also want you to unfreeze our assets, and we also want there to be a truce or a ceasefire in Lebanon. And who knows if they ask for more. You've been talking a lot about the fact that the Speaker of the Iranian parliament came out and said these things. We also have the Ayatollah, who has come out and said, hey guys, there is new management of the strait and Iran is in control of it. That is an absolute red line for Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, in fact, most of the world. And Donald Trump has waffled about whether that matters or not. So this is where the United States goes in. This is where J.D. Vance is going in. And it is Donald Trump who said just the other day, if J.D. Vance fails, well, this is all on him, and I'll blame him. If he wins, I'll take the win for myself. So it is quite a thing to work for Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance, I'm sure, knows that a year or so into this at this point.
Well, and to Jeannie's point on the idea of a toll being required to transit the Strait of Hormuz, the president had suggested in an interview that maybe the U.S. would get in on that could be some kind of profit-sharing arrangement going forward, but then has since gone on to say that there should be no toll. He said if Iran is doing that, they need to stop now. So it speaks to the kind of mixed messaging we continue to get around this conflict. Lisa, I also wonder about the kind of third party in all of this that is not going to be present at the negotiating table this weekend, and that is Israel. Israel cannot send a delegation, in part because Pakistan doesn't even recognize the state of Israel, which kind of underscores the tension around the Middle East as a whole. That is the background context to all of these conversations. But we've had an ongoing conversation since this war began about to what extent the president's decision to start this in the first place was influenced by Benjamin Netanyahu. Is there a real chance that Netanyahu got President Trump into this and is going to be the biggest impediment to getting him out if Israel is not willing to stop what it's doing in Lebanon in the name of a wider ceasefire?
Well, if anybody is paying attention to what's happening there as it relates to who is influencing the president's decision, it's me and it's you and it's Jeannie. And there is no question, based on the reporting that I have seen, that he has had a very heavy hand in how this decision has come together. Yesterday, there was plenty of discussion about the TikTok of how this all came to pass. So it would be surprising to me if the White House, J.D. Vance, and the president haven't already considered what it is Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu want to see happen in these negotiations this weekend. So as much as they are not there in the room, they are certainly there in spirit with their own points of view and thoughts. And I think that the White House and the administration will keep that in consideration as they're going through the process that is set to unfold. It will be part of the discussion whether or not they're in the room or not.
Well, so Jeannie, weigh in on this as well. We were having this conversation yesterday as the DNC in its spring meeting in New Orleans was taking up a number of resolutions or going to vote on them pertaining specifically to Israel, whether it was the influence of AIPAC in funding in primaries or recognition of a Palestinian state. I just wonder, as we're having this live conversation about Israel's influence on the Trump administration and the problem it may be causing for him and Republicans as a result of that in this war, if this is still an issue that Democrats are not sure how they would like to approach.
I think it is an issue that has split Republicans and Democrats, and I think that's absolutely clear. And I think you can see that on the Democratic side with the minority leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, who was just one of many people. That said, when it pertains to this ceasefire, let's be clear that Israel is profoundly unhappy with the ceasefire. And to Lisa's point, there has been a lot of reporting about the work they did, even as far as being beamed into the Situation Room, maybe a first of its kind, to help convince the president, because they were unable to convince his predecessors to go into this war. And of course, they do not want to end this war as it pertains to either Lebanon or Iran until they've achieved their goals. And of course, they have not achieved their goals or objectives, so they don't want this to end. And I think that's what raises questions about to what extent will Benjamin Netanyahu have the ability and the Israelis to undermine what the president is asking for by way of...
There's a historical I'm going to shut her up for a second. There's a historical context here that needs to be considered. You had Israeli forces that cornered Arafat during the 68 war, I think it was. It was either in 72 or 68. I think it was 68 war. And Sharon, who ended up becoming prime minister of Israel much later, but Sharon had a choice to kill Arafat on the battlefield during the 68 war. And he chose not to. Now think about what would have happened if Sharon did not go down the road of keeping Arafat alive. The PLO wouldn't be around. And there would be more peace and prosperity in that region. And what happened with Sharon was the same thing that happened in the Old Testament. There are tendencies where Jews fail to finish the job because they're fearful or because they have some sort of empathy on the battlefield, and that will lead to further problems down the road, generationally. That's the big takeaway in many sub-stories within the Old Testament. Be fearful. If you're fearful of what God is telling you to, and you don't do it, don't be surprised bad things happen. Sharon didn't kill Arafat. And you ended up getting the PLO. You ended up getting world terrorism. And really the proto of the Islamic terrorism that manifested itself in the 21st century. If Sharon killed Arafat on the battlefield, we would not have the problems that we have today. So are we supposed to let this opportunity to destroy the theocratic regime of Iran, are we supposed to let that go? Are we supposed to pick the better option and destroy them? Are we going to make the same mistake that Sharon made? Are we going to have this problem manifest itself throughout the generations and it'll get worse? History proves my point. You don't get the job done, it only will cause more problems. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen you take every day to help remodel your joints. It'll help to improve and remodel the cartilage, also remodel the cushioning of the joint. block the enzymes that erode the joint and also block the enzymes that cause the inflammation and the pain. And by doing this and stacking it with the collagen, you can help rebuild slowly the joint. Now you can do this for osteoarthritis, you can do this for sports injury, but the earlier that you do it, the better. If you have a problem, the earlier the better, because it'll take less time to remodel. Because if you have chronic inflammation in a joint, there's going to be erosion and it's going to get worse. So you want to stop it. So please go to my store, get the collagen, and stack it with the collagen. I also have a great new product that will help to relieve pain, either muscle aches, sprains, headaches that are the tension headaches. It's a topical, you rub it on the area to relieve the pain. This will also help with arthritic pain. And please go to my store and get the lozenges and the drops. You can get the drops, the structural nanosilver drops, in honey and lemon, blueberry, and cherry flavor. And in terms of the lozenges, which are bigger, you can get it in Manuka honey and also in orange splash. Now, these are made with structural nanosilver, so it's going to help to neutralize. The moment you have that throat irritation during the cold season or the allergy season, take them right away. And what's going to happen is you're boosting up your immune system. These are better lozenges than the other lozenges that you may purchase at the grocery store or the drugstore. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You can use that discount anytime you want. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now let's listen to Mr. Deep State, John Bolton.
The White House is preparing for these high-stakes peace talks in Pakistan this coming weekend. And given the fractured status of Iran's command structure, whoever shows up might not be able actually to guarantee the terms of any agreement. And, you know, we already see that Iran isn't sticking to the original agreement to allow the Strait of Hormuz to open. The Iranians might be asking similar questions. Who is going to be there and who's calling the shots for the United States? Who has President Trump's ear? The mullahs will undoubtedly be happy to hear Vice President J.D. Vance is leading the American team they had asked to negotiate with him. Vance is likely the least hawkish voice in the room. There are reports in the New York Times that he was a member of the president's inner circle who was very opposed to this war from the start. For more on the diplomacy of all this, high stakes as it is, I'm joined by John Bolton, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. He also served as National Security Advisor in Trump's first term. Ambassador, great to have you back. All right, so Vance is set to lead the talks. Keith Kellogg said on the show last night, he told me that negotiating with the Iranians is like negotiating with a rug salesman at a Mideast bazaar. Do you agree? Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner up to the job?
Well, I would have Secretary of State Marco Rubio lead the U.S. delegation. That's his job, actually. I think it's a big mistake to send out the vice president to meet some unknown Iranian, maybe the Speaker of their parliament. Vance is, by definition, the next thing below the president, and the stakes make that are there are made much higher by his presence. Rubio is a cabinet officer; it's his job. I think that makes more sense, and I think in particular, you don't let your adversary pick who you're negotiating.
Right. Do you think they did in this case? We know the request was put out, but why do you think Vance was picked for this?
Well, they also said they didn't want Witkoff and Kushner, so there's at least some consolation that they'll be there with Vance. But again, we pick our negotiating team. I mean, they don't control the Strait of Hormuz, and we pick our negotiating team. This is sort of basic.
But as we are seeing, they are still controlling the Strait of Hormuz. They've set up a toll booth. They're charging a lot of money. They're tightly controlling who goes through. Everybody who goes through has to go on a designated route that has them hugging the Iranian coastline. We just heard Secretary Esper say this, but people have been saying this from the very start of the announcement of this ceasefire. Iran cannot be allowed to continue to control the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I don't think you can trust this regime as far as you can throw it. They'll agree to almost anything and then ignore it. I really think the only way to demonstrate that they don't control the strait is to take it away from them militarily. Because if this was resolved by diplomacy, and I doubt that it will be, what happens the next time Iran closes the strait? The Saudis, the Emiratis, all the Gulf Arabs are there saying, we're not happy to suffer under Iran as a hegemon. It's been a principle of American foreign policy since World War II that no power, no outside power, no power in the Gulf controls access to all the oil. That's what the Iranians are claiming, and it is utterly unacceptable.
Iran is also saying it's not even going to show up on Saturday unless there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. Netanyahu is saying we'll talk next week about some sort of ceasefire, but in the meantime, they're bombing and issuing evacuation orders in Beirut. Are the Iranians posturing, or might they not even show?
It's entirely possible they won't show. They think time is on their side. They think Trump has backed down with this ceasefire, and I think they're inclined to push what they see as their advantage. Look, what Netanyahu has said is he'll negotiate with the government of Lebanon. That is to say, the legitimate government of Lebanon, not Hezbollah.
Right.
And what they should negotiate to do is disarm Hezbollah, which the United Nations Security Council agreed to in 2006 in Resolution 1701, if you want to be precise about it, and which Hezbollah and Iran have consistently ignored for the last 20 years. What's important here is that what Netanyahu has said about the ceasefire not applying to Lebanon is exactly what Trump and Vance have said they agreed to. It's the Iranians and the Pakistanis who are saying the ceasefire should cover Lebanon. So it's not Israel that's threatening the ceasefire. It's a fundamental disagreement in what the parties theoretically agreed to.
Should Israel, though, in the interest of perhaps getting the Iranians to negotiate, stop or suspend bombing?
I certainly wouldn't. The Hezbollah has been a threat to Israel since the early 1980s. They're an agent, a proxy of the Iranian government. And if the government of Lebanon and Israel can now work together, and that's a big if, but it would be a signal step forward, I think Hezbollah could be badly weakened, and Israelis and others in the region wouldn't have to live in fear of Hezbollah terrorism.
Yeah. Finally, just very quickly, what do you make of Mark Rutte coming out today and saying, we were surprised by the war in Iran, by President Trump's decision to attack. We were slow to help, but we're going to help now.
Well, I think it's optimistic. I hope he's right. I wish Donald Trump understood one fundamental principle. NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not a gang we round up whenever we decide we're going to go to war. Hopefully, they're better at helping us than they were in this case. But as a defensive alliance, they're not responsible for what we do. They weren't responsible for what we did in Vietnam or Korea during the Korean War. They should have done better, but they weren't consulted. It's been a bad performance on both sides of the alliance in this crisis.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that the British have excellent minesweepers, which could help a lot in opening up that strait.
Ours are better.
Ours are better?
Ours are better.
Okay. All right. Ambassador John Bolton, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
All righty, let's listen in to...
Wow, that's a lot to get to, and my first guest is perfect on all of it. Trey, thank you very much. And focus now, Vice Admiral John Fozzie Miller, former CENTCOM Naval Forces Commander. Sir, it is great to have you. Let's start with the Strait of Hormuz and the ceasefire and what it really looks like now that Iran can pick and choose who goes through there if they so see it. At least that's how it looks.
Good morning, Harris. Thanks for having me. Any long-term solution to this conflict when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz has to result in the Strait of Hormuz being open and free for commercial traffic without interference from Iran or from any other nation. It's an international strait, and the ability of Hormuz to function as an international strait is only being impeded by the Iranian regime. And so until that stops, it's very difficult to see any long-term resolution of this crisis.
So that's one thing. The other was what Trey East was just describing right then. How Iran is continuing to threaten all of its neighbors. And look, the list got longer. I knew about Kuwait and Israel overnight after the ceasefire, but the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Admiral, those countries can't just sit there and be patient for 2 weeks. They got to fight. They got to defend themselves. I mean, you know, they've got incoming now, so they've got to fight that off defensively. That doesn't seem like a ceasefire.
I don't think it looks very much like a ceasefire anywhere you look, other than we've stopped bombing in Iran. The Iranians haven't stopped, and of course the GCC countries that have taken the brunt of this over the last month are continuing to receive incoming fire. So I think we'll get to a point very soon where the GCC can no longer wait to see what's going to happen, and they're going to start to take matters into their own hands and defend themselves through offensive action on their part.
How do you see actually what we're doing right now in terms of the capability that we've taken away from Iran? I mean, we haven't completely pulled out of that region. Should we? Do you anticipate that we would kind of pull back even more during the ceasefire to send a message, or would you rather not see the U.S. do that?
Well, I think we're going to continue to see a buildup of forces. We have forces on the way that haven't arrived yet, and there's no reason to turn them around. So we ought to be using this opportunity for the next couple of weeks to resupply, to bring more forces into the region so that we're ready at any point if the ceasefire breaks down or if we're unable to negotiate a long-term agreement that's acceptable.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says because military strikes have killed so many leaders in Iran, there is a new regime in place. Let's watch.
It's a new group of people who've seen the full capability of the United States military and has a new calculus about what it means to negotiate with us, hence why they came to the table wanting a ceasefire and the shooting to stop. So this new regime, which the regime has been changed, has a different interaction with the U.S.
Look, you know that part of the world well, Admiral Miller. What does it mean when our Secretary of War says there's a new group of people?
Well, this new group of people are the same people that rounded up women and children yesterday to go stand on bridges and buy power plants. And so I don't know that the regime folks that have been replaced are if we have people that are any better in place now or that are any more trustworthy than what we've previously seen from the regime.
The good side of all of this is that, as you pointed out, I mean, we are in that ceasefire moment. Real quickly, how do you see this playing out if, in fact, what we saw overnight and continuing to see today continues from Iran?
I don't think the ceasefire continues very long if things continue as they have since the ceasefire announcement was made. But I think long term, what we want to be able to make sure we do, and Iran's got an opportunity here to take a breath, take a step back, to let shipping in and out of the Strait of Hormuz to stop attacking the GCC nations and to prove that it's willing and able to negotiate in good faith. I haven't seen that yet, and until we see that, I have very little confidence that this ceasefire will hold or that it will lead to a permanent settlement.
Well, and military talk, stay ready so you don't have to get ready is what we'll continue to do, it sounds like, from you. Admiral, thank you very much.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Cleanse or the Max 35. This will help to boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon a day every day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and then swallow. What this will do is help to neutralize your oral cavity and your oropharynx. This will help to improve your oral hygiene. And with good oral hygiene, you're also helping with your cardiovascular. But this will maintain that mucosal barrier that you need, help the health of your epithelial cells in your oropharynx. Super important to boost up that immune system. Take a teaspoon a day every day. I've been doing this protocol for over 6 years, every day. If you aren't feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or two a day, and then go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon a day once everything's all clear. It's important to boost up that immune system and neutralize. So please go to my store, get the Max 35 or the Cleanse, take a teaspoon a day every day. And if you stack it with C60, you'll also notice that you're breathing better. Because what you're doing is you're bringing down inflammation, you're allowing your bronchial tubes to actually get actually dilated and allow you to breathe easier. In addition, you can stack it with the turmeric, ashwagandha, lignans, and the boomer boost. And that is the core of the protocol to slow down the aging process. Because you're boosting up your immune system, you're bringing down inflammation, you're soaking up free radicals. And those are all the vector points that you need to attack to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. Thank you for listening. That's the end of my broadcast. Please share the links. Click the bell to be notified. Make sure you subscribe to all the channels that I have. All the links are in the description in this video. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.